Chapter 2258 Female Tyrant. Chapter 2258 Female Tyrant. Other than being savage, he was also very ferocious. At least, Long Fei had never seen a woman more ferocious than her. The name should be good. Yorong, this name had a perfect score. Yi Changfeng was suppressed by the pressure. Yorong's face was ice-cold and said faintly, "Elder Yi, are you done yet?" Yi Changfeng's eyes turned sinister, his eyes were bloodshot, and as if he was enraged enough to topple the sky, he roared, "No! If you destroy my Fong Tiandao seal, I want this brat to pay with his life." Anger raged. The Fong Tiandao seal just thought of taking his life. If he said it was gone, it was gone. Not even a single rock was left for him. How could he not be angry? Spirit treasures were too rare in the Zhenwu continent, land-level treasure were extremely rare, and even the great clan elder of a great Xianyu sect was like this, now gone. It was too infuriating. Yi Yorong's dignified voice came out and said, "Where is the law enforcement hall? Take Elder Yi away and come find me after you calm down." Guanzhen glanced at Yi Yorong. And then, Guanzhen said, "Understood." A few law enforcement disciples walked in and immediately supported Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng's cultivation had been suppressed by Yi Yorong for the moment, and he did not have much extra strength left, so he was forced to leave, the blood veins in his eyes growing larger. Staring at Long Fei, he almost wanted to eat Long Fei whole. Guanzhen also wanted to go out. Yi Yorong said, "Elder Guan, you stay behind for a while." Guanzhen immediately stopped. Yi Yorong said, "Along, the Xianyu sect has a rule, you are not allowed to make a move against fellow sect members. You have only entered the Xianyu sect for the first day, consider it your first offense, I will forgive you this time. However, you have gone against an elder and attacked him. This matter cannot be forgiven." Xiao Dai immediately said, "Sister Yorong, they were the ones who bullied Along first. Along was only defending himself." Thin Monkey also said, "That's right, you saw it just now." Gui Qingshan also looked at Yi Yorong, his heart starting to become worried. Yi Yorong's eyes darkened as he shouted, "Are you the young sect masters, or am I the young sect masters? What do I need your guidance for?" Young sect masters might. 6 relatives did not recognize him. Long Fei laughed coldly. "It's fine if we don't have to keep this kind of Xianyu sect, it's meaningless." He knew that Yi Yorong would not let him off easily. The day before yesterday, when the Xianyu mountain range made such insolent demands, any woman would find an opportunity to take revenge. Long Fei was also unlucky. How could he have thought that Yi Yorong was the young sect master of the Xianyu sect? Furthermore, she held the power to do so, no one in the Xianyu sect could resist her. What could Long Fei do? However, fortunately, she had the eye of insight last time and had looked through Yi Yorong's body thoroughly. She was the #1 beauty in Zhaoguo's realm, at least she wouldn't lose out. Finished. Long Fei then walked out of the house. Yi Yorong coldly snorted, "Did I let you leave?" His voice was ice-cold. Her expression was like that of an iceberg. Long Fei stopped in his tracks, did not turn around, and said, "What else do you want?" Could he be thinking of having me accompany the Fong Tiandao seal? "I can't afford it, I won't." Yi Yorong laughed coldly. "You even know about the Fong Tiandao seal? That is a great treasure of my Xianyu sect. 1 less land-level treasure was equivalent to a little less strength." Xiao Dai said again, "Sister Yorong, Along didn't do it on purpose." The corner of Yi Yorong's eyes looked at Gui Qingshan and said, "I naturally know that he didn't do it on purpose." Long Fei said somewhat impatiently, "What exactly do you want?" Yi Yorong said, "You want to leave after destroying the Xianyu sect's artifact? Time is not that cheap. According to the law of the Xianyu sect, see through the cliff face for 1 month, reflect on it for me. Also, you are not allowed to leave the Xianyu sect for the rest of your life, until you can compensate the Fong Tiandao seal. Apart from this, Without assistance from an official disciple, you are not allowed to join any hall. You are not allowed to take any elder as your master, and you are not allowed to leave the Xian Yu sect half a step without my order." After he finished speaking, Eorong smiled slightly and said, "Do you have any objections?" Long Fei immediately replied, "Yes, I will resist." Eorong laughed. "Resistance is futile." Long Fei said, "Follow the laws of the Xian Yu sect and bring it out for me to see." Eorong, "What I say is the law, and what I say is what I say because I am the young sect master. My words are an order, they are the law." Long Fei. What was this called? Long Fei immediately became a prisoner. Everything was gone. Long Fei said, "Damn, a house arrest? I am not a disciple of the Xian Yu sect, I am done for." Before he could finish, a chill ran through his entire body. In that instant, Long Fei felt goosebumps all over his body as cold sweat instantly seeped down his back. A strong killing intent surged into Long Fei's body. The killing intent was all released by Eorong. Eorong laughed coldly. "If you have the guts, come out of this house and try it out." There was no way out, because Long Fei felt that even if he moved, Eorong would still kill him. He would definitely kill him. His reaction towards killing intent was too strong. Moreover, compared to Eorong, Long Fei's level was not even worth looking at. He was an existence that was instantly killed. Long Fei muttered, "Isn't it just knowing your little secret? Is there really a need to deal with me like that?" Eorong stared at him, his killing intent becoming denser. He said, "What did you say?" Long Fei immediately shut his mouth, but in his heart he was not happy and said, "The higher the level, the more amazing it is, right? Just you wait. If I can't take revenge, I'll just shit on the floor." F***CK. Old Fire had already woken up. However, speaking of which, Long Fei didn't want to leave the Xian Yu sect. At least there was a place to stay. The Zhen Wu continent was a large world, but there was no place for him to settle in. He was completely unfamiliar with this world. And then again, a yellow exclamation mark kept floating above Eorong's head. Was he trying to trigger a quest? At the same time, she was also one of the clues on the mission of Long Fei's ultimate mission, the 7 meets painting. What was the result of the mission? Long Fei also couldn't explain it in his heart, but he felt that it would make him incomparably strong. "You're not saying any more?" Eorong said coldly. Long Fei did not reply. Eorong said again, "Where is the law enforcement hall?" Guanzhen immediately replied, "I'm here." Eorong said, "Take him to Cece Cliff for me. Without my order, no one is allowed to get close to him." Guanzhen said, "Understood." Long Fei was also brought out by 2 disciples. At this time, Eorong turned around and looked at Xiao Dai and the others, and asked, "Who still wants to say anything?" Xiao Dai said, "Sister Eorong, it's obviously." Eorong immediately said, "Accomplice, you are not allowed to join any great hall. Without official disciples to serve you, and without an exception, you are not allowed to enter Kung Fu Storage Pavilion, and are not allowed to take any elders as disciples." Then, Eorong continued, "Who else has something to say?" The thin monkey and the big-size man were unhappy at the same time, and said, "You are a female tyrant." Without waiting for them to say anything, Eorong repeated himself. "Who else?" Eorong was incomparably domineering. Thin Monkey and the big-size man could not help but look at the young couple, but their heads were lowered, not like the Thin Monkey and the others, making them feel sad. Eorong laughed with satisfaction. "Since no one has spoken, then let's disperse." Following that, after walking out of the house with large steps, the black scale carving descended and Eorong instantly jumped forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Poochie! A mouthful of black blood gushed out, Eorong's face suddenly turned pale white, an intense pain came from her abdomen. Her expression did not change at all, as she looked at Reflection Cliff and revealed a slight smile. I told you, you wouldn't be able to escape from my palms. Humph. Thank you for your support. Chapter 29. Would you like to see it one day? Chapter 29. Would you like to see it one day? How preposterous! How preposterous! My Fong Tiandao seal. Pill Pavilion. Yi Changfeng's fury was burning as he paced back and forth in the hall. The bloodshot look in his eyes had not disappeared, but the anger in his heart had not died down. The Fong Tiandao seal was his only land-level treasure. It was also his most treasured soul treasure, but now, it just disappeared. How could he not be angry? Zhao Etienne sat on the teacher's chair at the side, knocking his legs together. He did not care about Yi Changfeng's anger at all, and instead spoke with a look of disdain. You can't even take care of a mere new disciple, yet you want to become my teacher? Suddenly, Yi Changfeng slightly paused, and stared straight at Zhao Etienne. His eyes were cold. Zhao Etienne's expression shook, revealing a trace of fear. What? Am I wrong? He was quite dissatisfied with Yi Changfeng. Yi Changfeng said solemnly, If it wasn't for your highness, I'm afraid my Fong Tiandao seal wouldn't have been destroyed too. Zhao Etienne sneered. What? You're blaming me? Yi Changfeng, you can only blame that young sect master of yours. With that trash's strength, he was able to shatter a low-ranked soul treasure? I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Yi Changfeng's forehead tightened slightly. He recalled it in his mind. Yi Yorong and Gui Qingshan rushed towards Long Fei at the same time. Zhao Etienne continued, Just with a rusted sword? Do you take us for fools? Yi Yorong controls the Xianyu sect and the Guardian treasure. The Xianyu underworld wheel is in her hands. A heaven-ranked great treasure is comparable to a holy artifact. Rumor. If it strikes any spirit treasure, the spirit treasure will instantly shatter. Could it be? Zhao Etienne laughed. There's no need for such a thing, it's definitely Yi Yorong's doing. No matter how powerful a waste of Escalate Blood 2 stage is, it's impossible for him to contend against a low-level spirit treasure. Say it. What on earth does my sister-in-law think? Why did she suddenly come back? Shouldn't you have come with my big brother? Did something happen? Zhao Etienne muttered to himself. He knew that she was the pride of the heavens, but she was still the princess consort after all. She belonged to the royal family, so why would she side with a new disciple? Zhao Etienne slightly said, Did something really happen? And then, Zhao Etienne shouted towards the outside of the hall, Miao Chong. Miao Chong's figure moved and landed in the hall. Zhao Etienne said, Send someone to God's City to understand the situation. Other than that, and also go to the southern county to send out a few more elixir experts. If you can't keep it open, then I'll hide it. I don't believe I can't kill him. Miao Chong coldly replied, Me. Then it disappeared. Yi Changfeng said sinisterly, Yi Yorong. I would like to see how you, the young sect master of Xianyu sect, can continue to hold on without the support of the Pill Pavilion. Humph. Don't blame me for being heartless. On a barren hillside, Gui Qingshan looked in the direction of the cliff and squatted in the corner, smoking a pipe. His mind was also thinking about what had happened today. Was it Yi Yorong's doing? If we can shatter the Fong Tiandao seal, I'm afraid only the Xianyu underworld will can do it? To openly offend Yi Changfeng, is she not afraid? Seems like something really happened to God. Gui Qingshan puffed a few mouthfuls of smoke as he stood up and looked in the direction of Cici Cliff. Lucien. Suddenly, a black shadow descended. Gui Qingshan's expression shook. In that instant, Gui Qingshan also disappeared along with the black figure. What happened today, both Gui Qingshan and Yi Changfeng suspected that it was Yi Yorong who did it. After all, the Xianyu underworld wheel was in her hands. A heaven-ranked divine weapon was able to easily shatter an earth-ranked divine weapon. Only she was able to do this. But Eorong was suspicious of Gui Qingshan, because she knew Gui Qingshan's identity. He was a great general of the previous dynasty, and was one of the 10 great powerhouse as sword saint, Gui Qingshan. It could be said that it was an easy feat for him to destroy the land-level treasure. Eorong thought, seems like this boy is Gui Qingshan's man. At this moment, a black robe descended. Eorong immediately stood up and said, Elder Ming. Beneath the black robe was the old man with the Ming clan's imprint on his forehead. He said lightly, Zhao Etian sent someone to the divine capital, but I stopped it. Eorong's expression trembled and said, That fast? The Netherworld elder said slightly, Your actions these few days are too abnormal. Zhao Etian is a prince of the Zhao family after all. Eorong said, The matter regarding the Xian Yu sect cannot be spread to the divine capital right now. The current capital. She did not continue. Elder Ming said slightly, The crown prince's life is in ruins. If Zhao Wuji were to make a move, once your injuries are discovered, I'm afraid that this matter cannot be concealed. The people of the Zhao family were not idiot. Eorong nodded and said, I know, that's why we don't have much time remaining. Elder Ming said faintly, Your injuries. Eorong smiled lightly and said, It's fine, I can still persevere. Elder Ming said, Ming clan once left behind the great art of underworld shift, but it's just that. Most of these Ming clan techniques have been destroyed, and even if they were left behind, nobody knows where they would have landed. If the Ming clan's techniques were still intact, then your injuries would also. How powerful was the Ming clan in the past? The #1 clan in Universal Large World. At that time, the God's tribe was still nowhere to be found, but now, Elder Ming's expression was somewhat gloomy. Eorong said, Elder Ming, you don't have to worry about me. I will persevere. As Elder Ming spoke, she clenched her fists and said with a heavy heart, God's tribe. Thinking over the cliff. The third side was a wall, while the other side was a wall facing the wind. Looking at the sky full of stars, Long Fei muttered, How the F***k will 1 month be spent? People are going crazy. Sigh. While they were talking, Long Fei took out the sky sword and muttered, The sword's power is truly extraordinary. At that time, he had not even used the slightest bit of his strength. He had relied entirely on the sword's own strength. He had not thought that the sword would shatter into pieces, let alone shatter into powder. How fierce was this sky sword? A single sword strike to destroy the heavens? Or is it the #1 sword technique in the entire sky? Seeing the rust on its body, Long Fei felt as if it was covered with some kind of seal, and he couldn't help but think of himself. My memories. Was he also trapped by the seal? Why do people keep flashing through my mind? Who was the baldy carrying the coffin? Who was this evil spirit? Who was that fat guy? Furthermore, there was one big black knife on his back. Who was that girl from the wings of the phoenix? Why did it appear in my mind? Who are these people? Long Fei really wanted to know. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't remember. Maybe we can meet one day. Chapter 2260 DNF Skills, Phantom Sword Dance. Chapter 2260 DNF Skills, Phantom Sword Dance. Early morning. The first rays of the sun shone on Reflection crossing cliff. Long Fei stretched. Picking up the sky sword, he walked up to the peak of Reflection Cliff and started dancing. A left slash, a right slash, the previous slash, and another sweep. There was no pattern at all. After using this set of sword arts, he immediately forgot about it. In the entire morning, Zhang Xian had managed to cultivate all kinds of smelly sweat without achieving anything else. From this, Long Fei came to a conclusion. Looks like my comprehension ability is really poor, it's only at Earth's level, I'm afraid. We can only cultivate it by relying on the cultivation techniques of the system or the prizes from the lottery. Without the sword manual, he could not cultivate. This was a normal warrior in Zhenwu continent. However, where's Long Fei? Even with the peerless sword manual in front of him, he would not be able to comprehend anything. His comprehension ability was still stuck on Earth, so he didn't know anything about cultivation techniques at all. No monsters, it can't be dropped. There's no lottery, and I can't draw either. I can't do anything from here on across the cliff. Long Fei was depressed in his heart, but when he opened up the system to have a look, his eyes lit up. Rub! How could I have forgotten that? There's no lottery, but there's an exchange market. Immediately, Long Fei immediately opened the exchange hall. Ding! Do you want to check the exchange value? Yes, sir. Exchange value, 3,080 points. Long Fei had dropped a few things and exchanged them all. And then, Long Fei also entered the trading market to check. Looking at the things in the trading market, Long Fei's saliva couldn't help but flow as he spoke. Divine Breaking Whip. Wow, Jiangxia's holy artifact. Wind Fire Wheel, Nez's thing. They're all amazing things. But, damn, the God-slaying whip's exchange value is 1000000. Your sister. Are you King joking with me? Long Fei cursed angrily in his heart. Windfire Wheel, exchange value, 800,000 points. Supreme Purity Daofather Body. Exchange value, 999999999. Jade Emperor Avatar. Exchange value 1000000. Countless. CK Your sister. After rummaging for a long time, he did not find anything that could be whispered with 10 million exchange value. All the things inside were extremely dangerous, but they were not things that Long Fei could exchange for. He kept flipping and flipping. After flipping to the very end of the shopping mall, finally, Long Fei saw something that he could exchange for. Level 1 Caterpillar Avatar, exchange value 10 points. Merchant Shop, Deception Merchant Shop. Appraisal completed. Long Fei immediately acted as if he had closed the store, but at the last moment, his expression became serious. Skills. A dark thing. The words skill seal were written on it, which meant that the skill had been blocked by the seal. Exchanging for it could be the most trashy thing in the world. It could also be a holy artifact. Exchange value 3080 points. Long Fei glanced at his own exchange value and said, "Damn, system, you did this on purpose, right? Just enough to exchange for it. Fight. Since there's no use with 3,000 exchange value, let's take a gamble." Long Fei's heart sank slightly and he said, "Exchange." Ding. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to player Long Fei for acquiring skill seal. Do you want to unlock the seal? As long as he bought it, he would be able to unlock the seal. Long Fei slightly said, "Wait first. Open the box and look at my luck." Long Fei spat on his palm, rubbed his hands together, and then took out the sky sword and said, "Sky sword brother, lend me some luck ah." Immediately, Long Fei looked up to the sky and said faintly, "Old master, can you please bestow me with a powerful strength?" Open. The idea moved. The seal on the black skill disappeared. Long Fei closed his eyes and did not look. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Phantom Sword Dance. Do you wish to cultivate it? As soon as he finished, Long Fei was startled, and was a little unable to react. What is it? In that instant, Long Fei entered the system to check. Looking at the skill in the system dimension, Long Fei's body trembled. My good boy. The skill of Underground City and Warrior Ghostblade. Moreover, Phantom Sword Dance, this is a skill that Ghostblade is very powerful. He could actually draw skills from the previous timeline? Holy *T. Ha ha. It's about to be posted. Cultivate. Long Fei did not hesitate at all and immediately clicked on Cultivate. Sword Skills. Phantom Sword Dance Rank. Heaven Stage Level 9 Consumption. 0 Level 1 Consumption. 0 points. Level 2 Consumption increased. Cooldown. 180 seconds. Description. Consecutive slashes to enemies. The final attack releases a sharp sword chi that causes a heavy impact. The effect of a heavy blow depends on the superposition of the continuous slashes. This is the move of a ghost blade. It's a bit different, but it's definitely true. Long Fei was extremely excited. He had played this game before, and it was a ghost blade. Heh. Your father's sky sword has space to unleash. Fairy from Heaven was just too gorgeous and was incredibly powerful, much stronger than the Phantom Sword Dance, but the cooldown time of the Fairy from Heaven was too long. One use is basically not enough. The Phantom Sword Dance was different. It had a cooldown of 3 minutes, which meant that the amount of energy used in the early stages was relatively less. Cultivate. Long Fei immediately began cultivating. In the past, he was only a character in a game, but now he was practicing and releasing his skills. The effect was completely different. However, Long Fei was a professional. For this kind of familiar technique, his hand speed was extremely fast. According to the description of the skill, the most crucial part of this set of Phantom Sword Dance is its speed. The more slashes are made in front of it, the higher the damage added on. What I want to learn now is the speed at which to strike. There was no other way to increase his speed. He could only practice from drawing his sword to slashing again and again. Shwa. Long Fei did not stop as he continued to cultivate. Without Demon Beast killed, he would not be able to level up, and his strength would not be able to receive an increase either. If he wanted to become strong, he had to become strong in order to complete the system's quest. Training skills was also a way to become stronger. Shwa. He checked and tested again and again, but there was nothing fancy about it. 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 100,000 times. Long Fei continued to train relentlessly. Half a month passed. Other than the disciples who delivered food to him every day, Long Fei did not see anyone else. Of course, he did not know that the black scale carving was staring at him from afar. You sure are hard-working. It's just that. Is this kind of training method of his useful? Eorong smiled faintly. This is the most common sword form. The Escalate Blood 2 stage is still in the process of cultivating this kind of low-level sword technique. It is of no help to him at all. Once a month, there will be a new person taking the test. This is your first chance, maybe. You can become an elite disciple. Perhaps. You will become a service disciple sweeping the floor. Chapter 2261. You Are My Woman. Chapter 2261. You Are My Woman. He only had 1 month's time to give the new disciples. There will be a general exam in a month. The entrance exam was very strict, but compared to the general exam, this exam was much stricter, and it would also determine your future path even more. When he displayed his talent, with extraordinary talent, he would become an elite disciple and enter the elite hall. His talent was average, but he had become an ordinary disciple. With such low aptitude, he would become a service disciple and be in charge of food and accommodation in the Xian Yu sect. After 3 years, he would leave the. This month is crucial. On a barren hillside, Xiao Dai, the big-size man and thin monkey were all seated cross-legged. He introduced true essence to temper his body. Suddenly, boom! There was a dull sound. The big guy opened his eyes and got excited. Ha. I've broken through. The second time, I've already reached the 5th grade refining body. Thin Monkey rolled his eyes at him and said, Look at how happy you are, isn't it just a 5th grade refining body martial artist? I broke through last night, you're really slow. As he spoke, he also revealed a complacent expression. The big guy scratched his head and said innocently, "Me is retarded, so I can't compete with you guys." Xiao Dai slightly said, "Tall guy, you're not stupid, this time we might be able to enter the elite hall, at that time, even Yi Chongfeng might not be able to take care of us." Thin Monkey said, "Really? Even Yi Chongfeng couldn't control it? I will definitely take revenge for my boss when the time comes. If it wasn't for him, my boss wouldn't have been locked up in Cece Cliff." Xiao Dai exhaled a breath of air. "I wonder how Along is doing now. There are only a few more days until the exam." The Escalate Blood 2 stages cultivation was very strong, but it would undergo a huge change in a month's time. Forget about Zhao Etian, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds in these 20 days. With the help of Yi Chongfeng's spirit pills and his Emperor's Qi, his cultivation had already reached the 5th grade of the blood refinement realm. It could be said that it was like flying. Of course, Zhao Etian's talent is very strong. The Zhao family possessed an Emperor's Qi and was also a ruler of 9 or 5 years old. The most important point was that the ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhao Chongshan, was an outer disciple of the God's tribe and was bestowed with a God's tribe imprint. Anyone who had such a God's tribe imprint would have a trace of the power of the God's tribe's blood vein. Zhao Etian naturally received benefits as well. Every single person in the Zhao family had an innate skill at the peak of this world, and it was only because of the God's tribe's blood vein. This was because the God's tribe was the sky. No matter how powerful the powerhouse was, no matter how powerful a person was, they would not be able to fight against the heavens. Within the borders of the Zhenwu continent, the Zhao family was the sky. They had the strongest blood vein, the strongest talent, an incomparable, untouchable existence. This was also the reason. It was only because of this that Zhao Etian's cultivation was able to advance by leaps and bounds. His strength was far greater than the average martial artist of his generation. Other than Zhao Etian, the speed at which the Zhou family members broke through was also extremely fast, as all of them stepped into the escalated blood stage. However, their breakthrough was not real breakthrough, but rather they had deliberately suppressed their cultivation when they entered the Xianyu sect, and the Black Stone had not detected it. Every single one of them had long since cultivated in the escalated blood stage. They were determined to win this time's general exam. As long as they entered the elite hall, they would be able to enter the Xianyu sect and earn points. Then, they would be able to apply for a new hall. Gradually changing to control. "Don't worry, boss cultivation is definitely higher than theirs." Thin Monkey said confidently, "Who is my boss? They are fierce people who can kill great 7-rating monster and beasts, who among them can?" The big guy also said, "That's right." Xiao Dai said slightly, "There are still 3 days, let's work harder." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk drawing the sword like the wind. His slash was swift like the wind. One word, quick. I can use 32 strikes in 1 second and break the restriction in the game, but it's still not enough in this world. Long Fei muttered. 32 slashes in a second? This speed. It was so fast that people were dazzled, and they couldn't see it clearly at all. However, Long Fei was still not satisfied. "I'll be out in 3 days. I have to go a step further. When that time comes." Eorong's cold appearance surfaced in Long Fei's mind. "Let's see if you can withstand it." Long Fei swore that if he didn't beat her to the ground, she would be dead on the ground. The best way to deal with a female tyrant was to use violence to crush her. It was the same not only on cultivation, spirit, or body. Zhaogua's #1 beauty? A woman with a yellow exclamation mark on her head. Long Fei had been thinking for such a long time, could it be that if he gave her to XX, she would trigger the quest clues? It was worth a try. There are only 3 days left before a month has passed. To think that my cultivation has not increased at all. Eorong was a little doubtful. For someone who had broken through to the 10th layer in just a few days, how could he not have broken through in a month? Did I make a mistake? Eorong was a little puzzled in his heart. There are only 3 days left before the exam. Let's see how you respond. This was the second time she had come to see Long Fei. He was somewhat disappointed. The reason why he had imprisoned Long Fei to the reflection cliff was to protect Long Fei. At the same time, it was also to provide Long Fei with a good place to cultivate. Moreover, the heaven and earth true essence here was richer than in other places. It was the best place to cultivate in the entire Xianyu sect. It was just that. The people who were imprisoned here didn't have the mood to cultivate. Only then did no one discover this place. However, Long Fei's cultivation had disappointed her. He hadn't made any progress at all. All he knew was that he was going to have to train in such a low-level sword art. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make any progress in the exam this time. Suddenly, Long Fei looked in Eorong's direction and could not help but laugh. It's been a month since you last spied on me. Eorong's face changed slightly. He looked at the black scale carving. You were discovered? The black scale carving shook its head and said, No? Eorong asked coldly. So what if we find out? Then, Eorong's figure moved for a few breaths of time, and then he started flying in the sky like a fairy. Very elegant. Beautiful. Peeping at you? You think you're worthy enough for me to peep into? Eorong landed, stood in front of Long Fei, and shot a glance at Long Fei with a face full of frost. Let me remind you, there are only 3 days left before you new person will take the general exam. If you can't, then go become my service disciple. As Eorong stood in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, so big. Long Fei also said with a face full of contempt, What if I can pass the examination? Eorong smiled slightly and said, The examination is easy. I will enter the elite hall and get the qualifications to enter the secret world to cultivate. Not interested. Long Fei was not the least bit interested in entering the elite hall. What elite, what experts, they were all dog shit in his previous life. It would be better to give him a few demon beasts to kill. Eorong said, Then what are you interested in? Long Fei said, Right. Eorong asked, Are you interested in me? Long Fei said, If I can pass the examination, you will be my woman. Eorong's face sank and instantly became furious. Chapter 2262 Xian Yu Sex Gate of Life. Chapter 2262 Xian Yu Sex Gate of Life. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, the pair of furious eyes suddenly disappeared and changed into a sinister and cold expression. He coldly said, Do you want to die? These words were laced with killing intent. An undisguised killing intent. Tyrant woman. Killing intent at the slightest disagreement. Long Fei slightly said, I don't want to. Since you don't agree, then I am not interested in the general exam. Elite disciples and service disciples are the same to me. Anyway, I do not need to rely on your Xianyu sex resources to cultivate. It was indeed the same. He did not need any elixir to help in body tempering. Moreover, he didn't need rich heaven and earth true essence, so whether it was elite disciples or service disciples, they were all the same to him. Eorong said coldly, Seems like you really do not care. That's fine too. Since you don't want to participate, then you, and those friends of yours should not participate as well. Stay here at Reflection Cliff for a few more years. With that, Eorong turned and left. F***ck. Long Fei said fiercely. He still did not understand Eorong. Who is she? Female tyrant, you always keep your promises in the Xianyu sect. Using her own words, her words are an order, a clan rule. Who would dare to disobey? With her command, Long Fei couldn't think of a way to climb over the cliff. He didn't want to stay in Reflection Cliff for a few more years, or else he would be crippled. Let's go down the mountain first. I'll wait until I become stronger. When I raise my level, I won't be able to lower you. Long Fei swore in his heart and then said, I will participate. He hated being threatened the most, but this time… Eorong, just you wait. Eorong turned and looked at Long Fei, a little unwilling as he smiled faintly. That's more like it. When you become an elite disciple, I will give you a special reward, hee. Looking at the creepy smile, Long Fei tensed up. I better not. Eorong's eyes turned sinister. You dare to reject? Long Fei was speechless. 3 days later, Long Fei walked down the reflection cliff after his punishment period had ended. Xiao Dai and the other two had long been waiting at the bottom of Reflection Cliff. Seeing Long Fei walk down the mountain, Xiao Dai went up to him from afar. Along, are you all right? The thin monkey and the big-sized man also walked forward and said, Boss. Long Fei glanced at them and said, I'm fine. He casually asked, Then what about that pair of young lovers? Speaking of the young couple, Thin Monkey was angered as he said, Humph, they are a couple that are afraid of death and have joined the Pill Pavilion. If not for Boss helping us kill the demon beast, would they even be qualified to enter the Xianyu sect? The big-sized man was also indignant. That's right, it doesn't matter if you join the Pill Pavilion and become Yi Chongfeng's disciple. I often say bad things about you, saying that you are too arrogant, and will definitely not stay in Xianyu sect for long. Long Fei did not intend to do so, and said indifferently, Everyone has their own aspirations, everyone has their own choice, they have only chosen their own path. Xiao Dai said, All right, let's not talk about all these. Today is the day of the general exam. Whether or not you can become an elite disciple will all depend on today. Along, how are you doing? How many levels did your cultivation base increase? Thin Monkey and the big-sized man looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said faintly, My cultivation has not changed, I am still using the Escalate Blood 2 stage. Thin Monkey was startled and said, Boss, it's been over a month. Why are you still at the same cultivation level as before? Do you know what cultivation Zhao Etian has now? As for the disciples of the Zhou family, all of their cultivations have surpassed yours. Too many changes had occurred over the course of a month. Especially after these disciples had gone through formal guidance in their cultivation, their progress had been extremely fast. The big guy muttered, This is bad, there are only 10 spots for the elite disciples. If they can't get one, they will become ordinary disciples or service disciples. That is a step too slow, we will lose 1,000 miles. This was a watershed. Elite disciples were completely different from ordinary disciples. The difference between the heavens and the earth. Xiao Dai could not help but start to worry, and said, Becoming an elite disciple allows one to leave a mission to earn points. Ordinary disciples need to cultivate for at least a year before they can leave the mission, and the service disciples will need even more of 3 years. Their cultivation levels were obviously not high enough. Although they had all improved greatly in this month, they were no match for the experts of the escalated blood stage. His only hope was Long Fei. But right now, Long Fei's cultivation had not improved even after a month, so there was no hope for him to make it through the overall examination. And then, Xiao Dai smiled slightly and said, It's fine, even if we can't become elite disciples, if we become ordinary disciples in another year, we will have a normal mission. Long Fei asked, Sis, do you really want to go out of the mission to earn points? Thin Monkey looked at Long Fei strangely and said, Boss, you still don't know? Elder sister wants to earn enough points to apply to establish a hall so that her father can be reborn. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao Dai glanced at Thin Monkey, who immediately stopped. The big bloke muttered, Although Uncle Gui is an elder, no one in the Xianyu sect thinks highly of him. In the month that you were here, we did not have any cultivation resources, nor any elixirs to temper our body. We all relied on Uncle Gui to find us all kinds of spirit grass, and we were injured several times. Long Fei was secretly shocked. You guys also received punishment. This was something he did not expect. Long Fei thought, Eorong, you female tyrant, if I don't get you down, I won't believe it. He was infuriated. Xiao Dai slightly said, Yi Changfeng controls the Pill Pavilion, and in this month, all alchemy are stopped. Not only us, the Martial Hall, the Refining Branch, the Law Enforcement Hall, and even the disciples of the Elite Hall do not have any spiritual medicines. Yi Changfeng is forcing the Sister Yorong. The Sister Yorong is in charge of the Xianyu sect. There are disciples every day now and the elders are complaining. The pressure on her is too great. The Pill Pavilion was the central hub of a sect. If it stopped, the entire sect would be affected. For an entire month, not a single elder or disciple of the Pill Pavilion had refined a single pill. Any martial artist who lost the assistance of pills would have a huge impact on their cultivation. Many disciples were complaining in their hearts, and even the elders were pressuring Eorong. However, Eorong did not compromise with him. The thin monkey unhappily said, The Pill Pavilion does not have any pills, but Zhao Etienne took these high-level spirit-tempering pills as candy. The reason why he broke through so quickly is because he had a large number of pills. If you give me those pills, I think I can break through the escalated blood stage. Long Fei muttered, This big-chested woman is really bold. To be able to carry the banner of a sect at the age of 20. Facing these old fox elders, but being able to control the situation, Eorong had to admit that she was extraordinary. However, in the past, she had relied on her own cultivation to intimidate others. Now, even if Yi Changfeng's pill house stopped its alchemy, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chapter 2263 Long Fei's Fault. Chapter 2263 Long Fei's Fault. Xianyu Sect. Profound Moon Great Halls Plaza. 18 arenas. 1,000 disciples of the Martial Hall were competing for the spots for the 10 elite disciples in these 18 rings. To become an adult, a single step would allow them to soar into the sky and gain special training. Once they stepped into the secret world, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, and they would be far, far behind their peers. The loser would only receive ordinary resources to cultivate, and would even become a service disciple without any resources to cultivate. The general exam will determine your fate in Xianyu sect. Your Highness, I heard that along that trash is still at the escalate blood 2 stage. With your current cultivation, you can completely suppress him. One of the bodyguards said. Zhao Etienne laughed contemptuously. Or is it the escalate blood 2 stage? Trash is trash. To think that you haven't advanced even a single inch in a month. Now watch how I trample you under my feet in front of all the sect members. Ha ha ha! Zhao Etienne laughed out loud. He was already imagining Long Fei begging for mercy at his feet. One of the lackeys asked again, Your Royal Highness, those people from the Zhou family? Zhao Etienne laughed and said, I have already explained the Zhou family's people. What identity do they have? At most, they are the disciples of the great General Zhou Yaozong. Who am I? I am of the royal family. Do they dare to fight with me? Even if Zhou Yaozong personally appears, he would not dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. Who dares to invade the 7th Prince's dragon aura? The entire Zhou family would not dare to touch you even if we added up. A few Zhou family disciples are nothing. Indeed, the Zhou family would not touch Zhao Etienne. Their goal was different from Zhao Etienne's. At this time, one of the lackeys said, Your Highness, that piece of trash is here. Zhao Etienne's eyes tensed up as he stared at Long Fei teasingly. You dog, today I will trample you to death. First I will trample you to death, then I will get that girl in my hands, ha ha ha. It's here, it's here. He's the one who contradicted the Elder Yi. It's all because of him. If it wasn't for him destroying Elder Yi's Fang Tiandao seal, Elder Yi wouldn't have been so ill that he wouldn't have been able to operate the entire pill pavilion. This would have caused us to lose the support of spirit medicine for the entire month. That's him. Harmful spirits. Why didn't you get out of Xianyu sect? Kid, get out of Xian Yu sect. Get out! When Long Fei appeared, many people in the plaza started to curse. They blamed Long Fei for stopping the Pill Pavilion's alchemy, causing them to not have any spirit medicines to assist in their cultivation. Thin Monkey scolded back angrily, "Are you all brainless? How many alchemy disciples were there in the Pill Pavilion? Can Yi Chongfeng's sickness alone cause the entire Pill Pavilion to stop their alchemy? Can't you guys have some brains?" The big guy followed, "Can't you cultivate without pills? Didn't I not enter the Xian Yu sect before because I did not have spiritual medicine, and thus did not cultivate normally?" "Humph! You guys have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for you guys, I would have already broken through to the escalated blood stage." One of the disciples pointed at the big guy's nose and scolded him. 3 pieces of mouse poop, a pot of bad soup. I should have kicked all of you out of the Xian Yu sect. You just wait and see. This time, the commanders don't even think about winning. Everyone, look at their faces. When you go on stage, beat them up for me, make them into service disciples, wash our clothes, and empty our toilet. Ha ha ha. Right? Don't let them win even one match. Beat them to death. He vented his anger. 1 month ago, when he was still facing Long Fei, the later senior brother, he couldn't wait to become sworn brothers with Long Fei. But now? Everyone really wanted to step on him, as if they had a deep grudge against him. This was reality. This was the human heart. Long Fei's gaze swept across them as he let out a disdainful sneer. "A bunch of idiots." Immediately, a disciple of the escalated blood stage immediately jumped out and pointed at Long Fei. "Who are you calling an idiot?" "Yes. Who are you calling a retard?" Long Fei looked at him and said, "I'm talking about you, what's wrong? I'm talking about you guys. What's wrong? Unconvinced? Come up and bite me?" Long Fei was not someone who was afraid of things. Unconvinced? This old man will do it till you admit it. So what if there were more people? What was the point of running out one by one and blaming him for everything? Your father is easy to bully? That disciple was instantly angered and said, "Brat, I think you are courting death." Long Fei said, "I'm courting death. If you have the ability, try touching me?" "Humph! You think I'm fooled by you? When we get to the stage later, I will let you have a good look, you trash of the Escalate Blood 2 stage." The disciple shouted. Thin Monkey's eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Who are you calling a piece of trash?" He was about to rush up. Being pulled by Long Fei, all of the surrounding clan elders were watching closely. Whoever acted first would definitely be punished. He had also wanted to anger the other party just now. Once they made a move, these elders would definitely target them. Because Long Fei could tell that these new disciples hated him, and so did those elders. During this month, not only did the Xian Yu sect's disciples not use spiritual medicines to cultivate, the elders did not either. Long Fei said, "Let's see who is the trash on the stage." After which he strode towards the plaza. Long Fei thought, seems like elixir of life is really the life gate of a sect. I have to find a way to cultivate the alchemy technique. When the heaven and earth is the furnace, it is naturally fire. Was the alchemy in my mind inborn, or was it imparted to me by someone else? I feel that it's a lot stronger than the alchemy technique on the Zhenwu continent. Long Fei flipped through the alchemy technique, but he was completely unable to compare to the alchemy technique that he had grasped, and while others could only refine pellets one by one, he was different. Not long later, Guanzhen walked out. Yuanshan Wui also walked out. Yi Chongfeng was absent. However, in another building, he was drinking tea and looking at everything that happened in martial arts arena. A small new disciple dares to fight against me? Humph! You overestimate yourself. And then, Yi Chongfeng looked at the other building and knew that Eorong was right inside. He coldly laughed. Without my pill pavilion, would your position as the young sect master be comfortable? Eorong, I want to see how you are going to fight me. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Changfeng was very pleased. Without me, even the Xian Yu sect would have collapsed. What do you think a woman like me is worth? Humph. Yorong was indeed in another building as she watched the training grounds. However, her attention was completely focused on Long Fei, and she said with great interest, "Right now, you're enemies with 9,996 people, just like in a cage. Let's see how you will escape." Heh. I'm looking forward to your performance. The black scale carving at the side also let out a cry. Wah! Yorong slightly said, "I know you're worried about that divine pellet. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape from my grasp, hee. Chapter 264 System, Why did you force me to act cool? Chapter 264 System, Why did you force me to act cool? Today is the Marshall Hall's new disciple exam. The top 10 will become the elite disciples of and they will gain the qualifications to train in the secret world. The last 100 will become service disciples. You only have this one chance. I hope that each of you can bring out your best. This is an assessment that will decide your fate," Guanzhen said heavily. While he was speaking, he intentionally looked at Long Fei. After 1 month, his cultivation stopped. Becoming an ordinary disciple should be easy, but becoming an elite disciple was extremely difficult. After all, during this month, many people broke through the escalated blood stage. Even if Long Fei had a strong sword intent, he could only use that one move once. The escalate blood 2 stage simply could not withstand such a strong sword intent. Regarding the last time where Long Fei was powerless against him, Guanzhen did not care in the least. Originally, he thought that Long Fei would improve by leaps and bounds, but he never thought that he would actually be able to do so in such a short period of time. His cultivation had not changed, and he was slightly disappointed. Not just him. Yuan Shan was also a little disappointed in her heart. To a foundation establishment newbie, this month's worth of formal cultivation is too precious. Sigh. What a pity about this seedling, Wu Yi said lightly. This is all life. If he did not destroy the Fang Tiandao seal, how could it have ended up like this? Guanzhen said, "Let the competition begin." The first match. First battle, Along against Lu Yuan. Both of you, please step out. The first battle was Long Fei, and Lu Yuan was precisely the disciple who had stood out earlier and mocked Long Fei. Third-grade blood refining. Lu Yuan laughed loudly, ha. I never thought I would be so lucky, running into trash the moment I arrived. Immediately, Lu Yuan moved his sword and released his true essence. His entire body suddenly flew into the air. His body was as light as a leaf. He floated down and landed on the stage. He waved his sword and pointed at Long Fei, who was in the crowd. His expression proud, he sneered. Trash, come up and die. Wow! So handsome. Senior brother Lu, kill him. Let's teach him a lesson. The gorgeous entrance attracted the screams of girls. At the third grade of the blood refinement realm, releasing his true essence was indeed very powerful. If one wanted to be more gorgeous than him, Long Fei would have to keep a much lower profile and walk towards the stage step by step. Xiao Dai slightly said, Along, you must be careful, his Lu Yi sword technique is very powerful. Thin Monkey said, Boss, you must trample him. The big guy said, Yes. Kid, can you hurry up? Wasting senior brother Lu's time. I think you should just admit defeat and not go up and embarrass yourself. A month ago you were very impressive, but now you're not even a fart. Entering the stage will only cause you to lose face. Infinite mockery. Long Fei did not mind and slowly walked to the stage. Lu Yuan said, I said it before, I will trample you to death on the stage. Long Fei shrugged and replied, Oh? It was also at this time that Guanzhen yelled out, This competition of the same sect shall come to an end once it has been decided, you shall not kill anyone. Lu Yuan replied, Don't worry, clan elder, I will not hurt his life. I will naturally beat him until he crawling all over the ground and learn to bark like a dog, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The crowd below the arena burst into laughter. Guanjin said, "Let the competition begin." As soon as he finished, Luyan's long sword moved, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he said in disdain, "Brat, kneel down and tremble for me." Not waiting for him to finish, Poochie! Bam! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his knees were in intense pain. His entire body fell to his knees. Kacha! The kneecap made a cracking sound. There was a pause for half a second. S face was pale white, his entire body was covered in perspiration, but he was kneeling on the ground, unable to move at all, and his entire body was twitching in pain from the pain. At this time, Long Fei stood in his original position without moving at all. The new disciples below the stage could not see him clearly. Only a few elders were slightly startled. What a fast sword! This is still the sword hilt. If it's the sword tip, then Lu Yiyuan would already be dead. This sword art! I've never seen it before. The few elders communicated with one another with shocked expressions. Below the arena, silence reigned. This was because they had no idea what had just happened. Suddenly, Lu Yiyuan kneeled on the ground. Nothing happened. Long Fei walked in front of Lu Yiyuan and coldly asked, "Who's the trash?" It was dark and cold. Lu Yiyuan saw the look in Long Fei's eyes, and his mind started to tremble. The chill was all over his body, and his Adam's apple rolled as he immediately said, I am a trash." Terrified, Long Fei's gaze seemed to be able to kill him. Long Fei asked again, "Who learned to bark like a dog?" Lu Yiyuan continued, I will imitate a dog's meowing, woof, woof, woof." He began to bark like a dog on the spot. Long Fei asked again, "Who is crawling all over the ground?" Lu Yiyuan endured the pain and said, I crawled on the ground. After which, he crawled back up and fresh blood gushed out from under his knees. Long Fei said, "Is that good?" Lu Yiyuan did not dare to reply. He was incomparably afraid in his heart, and no one was clearer than him about what just happened. Moreover, it was an illusion of a sword being drawn, and then his stomach hurt and he dropped to his knees. That speed! It was comparable to lightning. It was so fast that he could not see it clearly. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Along wins. Guanjin shouted out, "The next match." However, Long Fei did not walk down the stage. Guanjin said slightly, "Along, you have already won and are entering the next round." Long Fei smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the entire audience, and said, "I just said that all of you are a group of idiots. Let me add one more sentence. I want to say, everyone here is trash." As soon as he finished, the eyes of all the disciples in the plaza widened. Guanjun and the few elders had a change in expression as well. What is this kid trying to do? Damn, what does he want to do? Do you think that he has not angered the masses enough? Is he crazy? It was also at this time. The new disciples in the plaza were also angry. Kid, say it again? Who do you think you are? Did you win that big of a battle? Are you courting death? They all started to curse angrily. At this time, Long Fei's voice sank, and as soon as the true qi surged, it was directly injected into the voice as he said in a heavy tone, "I said, everyone here is trash." The voice was loud like a bell. He would crush down all the sounds in the square. Every disciple was enraged. Xiao Dai became anxious. "Along, what are you doing?" Thin Monkey was also a little worried, but he was more excited. "Damn, isn't Boss too handsome?" The big guy asked, "What does Boss want to do?" At this moment, Long Fei's voice sounded once again, "You're not in a good mood, right? Come, come, come. I challenge all of you alone." Finished. The entire arena instantly fell silent. At this moment, on the surface, Long Fei was incomparably arrogant and domineering. However, Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. System, damn you, why do you insist on forcing me to act cool? Ding! The system sounded out. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2265, Victory. I am your woman. Chapter 2265, Victory. I am your woman. Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Someone challenged all the new disciples present? How could this be considered crazy? He was simply crazy to the point of madness. However, Long Fei also didn't want to be like this. He had always kept a low profile. However, just as he defeated Lu Yiyuan in one move earlier, the system had mysteriously issued an extremely powerful mission. Fighting alone against a group of heroes, defeating all the new disciples, he had won the prize. All of this was forced by the system. There were nearly 1,000 generals fighting by himself. Even if Long Fei's martial power was strong, it would still be difficult to defend against him. After all, he was just a single person. Quintessential essence was limited. Moreover, they could not kill people on the stage, otherwise if they let some elders go berserk, no matter where or under what circumstances, killing people from the same sect was a serious crime in Xianyu sect. This way, the difficulty of the mission would increase. The key was, there was no way to refuse this mission. Failure would result in a penalty of 10 levels. There was no other way. Long Fei could only continue this act. Moreover, it was an arrogant act, acting so arrogantly that at the very least, his aura would suppress everything and he would not lose. Come on. All trash here. Long Fei braced himself and acted tough, thinking bitterly in his heart, System, fuck you, this time I will really be tricked to death by you, but if I had completed my mission and your prize is trash, I would have scolded your ancestors 10,000 times over without repeating myself. As soon as he finished, the entire audience was boiling with rage. He's too King arrogant. He's looking to die. Even if you want to die, that's not the case. Is the Escalate Blood 2 stage awesome? Cripple him. Kill him. This kid is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Nearly 1,000 people approached the stage, all of them eyeing it covetously, as if they were enemies with Long Fei killing his father. Everyone wished they could step on Long Fei. Because this bastard was too arrogant. It caused public outrage. Long Fei held onto his sky sword tightly. Since the system had issued a quest to act cool, he would do his best. Don't be blind, come up. Nonsense. Guanzhen's voice sunk as he shouted loudly, "Along, come down." His voice crushed the entire audience. Last time, Long Fei caused Guanzhen to lose a lot of face, and he really couldn't block the sword strike of the fairy from heaven. Guanzhen did not hold a grudge, because he knew that he had been used. Then again, Long Fei was a good sapling, he would not die so easily. Yuanshan also followed. Stop messing around, hurry up and come down, don't delay the other disciples' competition. He also did not want to see Long Fei die prematurely. No matter how strong Long Fei was, he was still only at the Escalate Blood 2 stage realm. Putting everything else aside, just the true Qi itself was insufficient to support Long Fei. Wu Yi did not speak, he only smiled slightly. The voices of the disciples quietened down. Since the elders had already intervened, then this 1,000 fight could no longer continue. At this time, Zhao Etian said slightly, "Is this Xianyu sect really this kind of trash place?" Guanzhen asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Etian laughed disdainfully. "What do you mean? For a new disciple to be so arrogant, not to mention humiliating all the new disciples, you actually want to fight against 1,000 people by yourself. You simply do not put us in your eyes, you simply do not put the Xianyu sect in your eyes. Don't you elders think that you should teach them a lesson? Even if you can tolerate it, I can't." He felt very unhappy in his heart. As a member of the Zhaoguo royal family, he was not even this arrogant, yet Long Fei had stolen all the limelight. This made him very unhappy, as he was the true focus of this examination. He was the center. Guanjin said, "I can't tolerate it, what do you want to do now?" Zhao Etian sneered, his gaze looking at Long Fei who was on the stage, and said, "Didn't he like to be arrogant? Let's see if he has the right to be arrogant. 1 versus 1? Then let him challenge it." Guanjin said, "No, there is no such rule in the exam." Suddenly, Yi Changfeng walked to the window and released his true essence, then said indifferently, "Rules are dead, people are alive. Moreover, this kid is too arrogant, forget about these young and arrogant new disciples, even I am also very unhappy." As soon as he finished, immediately, many elders echoed, "I'm not in a good mood too." Exactly. How can the Xianyu sect allow him to be so arrogant? A mere new disciple doesn't know his place. It's time to teach him a lesson. I agree with Great Elder. In a short moment, many of the surrounding clan elders agreed. After not cultivating for a month, they wished that they could protect Yi Changfeng's thighs. Since he had already spoken, they would definitely seize this opportunity to flatter him. Yi Changfeng laughed in satisfaction and couldn't help but look in Yi Yorong's direction as he sneered. "Yi Yorong, let's see how you'll protect him this time." However, Yi Yorong had no intention to protect Long Fei from the start. Moreover, she was even very excited. "You're courting death." And then, Yi Yorong also said, "I also agree with Elder Yi. Since he wants to court death, then let him die. What if he wins?" Yi Changfeng was slightly shocked. He did not expect Yi Yorong to actually agree, and said, "If you win, naturally you will become an elite disciple and receive the qualifications to train in the secret world." Yi Yorong laughed with interest and said, "Is that all? How boring that would be." Yi Changfeng said, "Young sect master, then what do you want to do?" Yi Yorong said, "Elder Yi, why don't we have a bet? If that kid wins, then your pill pavilion will resume operations and ensure the consumption of the sect's spirit medicine every month." Yi Changfeng's eyes slightly tightened and immediately asked, "What if he loses?" Yi Yorong said, "Tell me." The corner of Yi Changfeng's mouth revealed a cold smile, and said, "Then you abdicate." As soon as his voice faded, the entire audience was shocked. Young sect master abdicated? This was not a joke, and Yi Changfeng's expression and tone did not seem like he was joking. Guanjun, Yuanshan, Wu Yi and a few other elders all went up together and shouted in unison, "No!" Not waiting for them to finish, Yi Yorong smiled slightly, "All right?" The entire audience was in an uproar. "Young sect master, think twice. Young sect master, this is simply an impossible to win match. Elder Yi, stop messing around." Right now, the only person who could shake the entire sect was Yi Yorong. If she abdicated, the Xianyu sect would definitely fall into chaos at this time, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Changfeng's heart trembled again. He never thought that Yi Yorong would actually agree to it. Immediately, Yi Changfeng immediately replied, "A word from a gentleman." Yi Yorong said, "Don't worry, Yi Yorong will keep my promise." Finished. Yi Yorong looked at Long Fei, his eyes revealing a meaningful look, and laughed faintly, which was a very weird laugh. Long Fei's heart trembled. He also smiled and directly sent a sound transmission to the idea. "This time, you're definitely going to lose. I don't want to play anymore." Yi Yorong's expression did not change, but smiled. "Didn't you want me to be your woman? If I win, I'll be your woman." Chapter 2266 Enlargement Stroke. Chapter 2266 Enlargement Stroke. If you win, I'll be your woman. These words was moved when he heard this. He really wanted to know what the exclamation mark on Yi Yorong's head was. With his understanding of the game, Yi Yorong must have triggered a quest. But he couldn't trigger it. Furthermore, she was most likely one of the 7 beauties in the picture. If that was the case, she might be able to trigger it. Of course, Long Fei's memories of 100,000 planes had yet to awaken, so he still believed himself to be a virgin. Yorong's body had already been seen by him. If this kind of supreme beauty was his woman, then forget about 3 days and 3 nights, he wouldn't even get out of bed for 7 days and 7 nights. Long Fei suppressed the joy in his heart and said, "You said it yourself." Yorong said, "I said it, so you will go all out, right?" Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "For the sake of my dear wife, I am going all out as well." Even if Yorong didn't look for him, he would still go all out. The posturing mission issued by the system was naturally completed as well. After all, this was a huge reward for him. How could he not go and complete it? And now, 2 birds with 1 stone. Yorong, who received a mysterious grand prize and the number 1 beauty. Long Fei's fighting strength instantly soared. Guan Zhen and the others still wanted to persuade him, but they knew very well that there was no room for discussion. They could only shake their heads and sigh. "Ah, what is there to do, young schoolhead? You played it too hard. I won't deny that this boy's strength is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly be a match for 1,000 people." "Exactly. It's time to play hopping." The 3 elders shook their heads. With such strength, how strong could the cultivation of the Escalate Blood 2 stage be? Fighting 1,000 alone? It was simply impossible. At this time, Yi Changfeng said loudly, "As the great clan elder of the Pill Pavilion, I will also provide some rewards for the overall examination. If you can beat him, I will give each of you a 2nd-grade elixir. Whoever lifts him out of the arena will be rewarded with a grade 3 elixir separately." As soon as he finished, all of the disciples present burst into an uproar once again. Grade 2 spirit medicine, wow! This happiness came too suddenly. As long as we can get that kid off the stage, he would be able to obtain grade 3 spirit medicines, ha ha. This time we're rich. Great Elder is indeed extraordinary. This kid is dead for sure. Ha ha. Everyone was excited. A grade 2 elixir was too precious to them. Moreover, Yi Changfeng was indeed generous. With one hand he had more than 1,000 spirit medicines, and they were even 2nd-grade ones. Yuan Shan's expression slightly changed and said, "Elder Yi, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Changfeng stroked his beard and laughed lightly. "It's not worth it, I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere, ha ha." This is not a lively atmosphere. This was to let them use their strongest fighting strength to ruthlessly crush Long Fei. He had to make Long Fei lose, and pull Yorong down from his position as the young sect master. Yi Changfeng's rewards allowed the aura of these new disciples to soar, and their fighting spirit rose as well. With such a large sum of money, these people all felt as if they were on stimulant. This is bad. This time along is making a huge fuss. Big sister, what should we do? Should we attack together? All of a sudden, Xiao Dai said slightly, "We will also blend into the crowd. If Along is unable to resist, we must protect his life." "Understood." Zhao Etian laughed complacently in his heart, lowered his voice and shouted heavily, "What are you waiting for? Attack! Kill! Kill! Kill that brat! Kid, prepare to die!" All of a sudden, people swarmed up like a tide. One by one, they leapt high into the air, a long sword, a large blade, a steel spear, and all sorts of martial skills and techniques all struck towards Long Fei, and all of them were using all of their strength. Huff! In that instant, Long Fei exhaled lightly. His state of mind was like water, and did not have a single ripple. Over 100 people attacked at the same time. All of his moves had completely surrounded the blind spots on his body. It could be said, he had no way out. However, Long Fei's dictionary did not have the word retreat. All martial arts in the world, only speed is unbreakable. 1 month of training. It's time for people to see your power. A sword skill that can shake this world. Bring it on! Ghostblade! Phantom sword dance! Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes became sinister and flashed with a ray of light. His body moved, and his sword became like wind, as if it was illusory, as though lightning, and attacked with his sword. Bam! Bam! Bang, 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 bang! In half a breath of time, more than 30 disciples were directly pushed back by Long Fei's longsword. They did not hit any vital points, but it was still enough to make them unable to crawl back up. What a fast sword! What a shocking sword intent! It's too fast. He used at least 30 slashes in that instant, this kid. The few elders could not help but become excited. Eorong's expression was also slightly shocked. He muttered, "My cultivation has not improved, but this sword technique." Looking at Long Fei on the stage, he could not help but ask. He really practiced this kind of low-level sword technique for a month. The black scale carving nodded his head, and said, "Unsheathing the sword is indeed very common. This kind of unsheathing the sword should be an unconventional sword technique, but he has trained for an entire month, and aside from eating and sleeping, he has been practicing. I feel very bored, and really do not know how he perseveres." He drew his sword and sheathed it. He drew his sword and sheathed it. Tens of thousands of times a day, and every time, he would be extremely serious and concentrate on his task. Only after practicing millions of times a month would he be able to persevere. Let alone a practitioner, even a spectator would go crazy. Of course, no one knew how powerful this sword technique was. The people of this world did not know what a DNF was, nor did they know what a ghostblade was, nor did they know what a phantom sword dance was. Eorong squinted at Long Fei. "It's not that simple?" The black scale carving said, "Master, do you think this sword technique is not simple?" Eorong did not say a word, but silently looked at Long Fei, and in her heart, she felt that Long Fei was extremely interesting. Schwa! Bang, bang, bang! Yet another instant attack. Dozens of people were sent flying and crashed into the arena. Although there was no danger to their lives, they still couldn't recover for a long time and lacked combat strength. Attack! Everyone forward! Let's attack together, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Zhao Etian roared loudly. These new disciples also crazily rushed forward. In the arena, Long Fei's entire body was covered in sweat, and there were many wounds on his body. Although his sword moves were very fast, his sword skills did not have any defense, so it was impossible to estimate his entire body. He swept the area with his gaze. Long Fei thought, "If this goes on, I won't be able to do anything, I'll probably be exhausted to death." Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei panted heavily. This was only the beginning. These disciples were all at the refinement realm, and what was behind them were all the escalated blood stage, the elite warrior of the Zhou family. The guards around Zhao Etian, and Zhao Etian himself, these people had not acted yet. I have to maintain my physical strength. Enlargement stroke. Chapter 267. Overwhelming the entire audience, who else? Chapter 267. Overwhelming the entire audience, who else? This was not the way to go about it. Too many people. There were no more games left to play. Even if the phantom sword dance did not consume Long Fei's true qi, his body would not be able to hold on. After all, he was just a escalate blood 2 stage. His stamina was limited. If he wanted to change it, he had to use the enlargement stroke. Bang! Pft. Long Fei struck out continuously. His back was also struck, blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. His expression was a little awkward. Humph! Escalate blood 2 stage. I want to see how long you can live? Yi Changfeng laughed sinisterly, one man challenging 1,000, and with a cultivation level that was around the same. This was simply impossible. The first few rounds of Long Fei had indeed given him a fright. Regardless of the speed of his sword or his movement technique, both were very sharp. However, As time passed, the drawbacks began to emerge. Long Fei won't be able to hold on for too long. Yi Changfeng saw through it, and Guan Zhen and the others also saw it. They started to worry for Long Fei. Wu Yi slightly said, "Elder Yi wouldn't really want young sect master to abdicate from the throne, right?" In his opinion, Long Fei would definitely lose this match. Yuanshan frowned and said, "It looks like he's not joking." Guanjin said, "If young sect master abdicates from the throne, Elder Yi would no longer allow her to take control. At that time, Xianyu sect would probably become a subsidiary power of the Zhao family." Sigh. Yuanshan sighed and said, "Now it all depends on this brat." Wu Yi said, "He is already unable to hold on, his physical strength is overdrawn, and he will not be able to hold on any longer. The young sect master has lost this competition." The three of them locked their eyebrows. Indeed, Long Fei was about to crumble. However, the only one whose expression did not change was Yi Yorong. She did not seem to care about the battle on the stage at all. Her face was filled with satisfaction, as if she did not care at all. The black scale carving, on the other hand, was somewhat anxious and said, "Master, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Don't you want to help him?" Yorong took a bite of the apple and said, "Don't worry, he is much stronger than you imagined. I am not worried at all." The black scale carving said, "If you lose, you have to abdicate." "Right. Master, if he wins, are you really going to be his woman?" Yorong and Long Fei used idea S to communicate, but as Yorong's avian war pet, it could also hear them. Yorong looked at the blood-soaked Long Fei and smiled. "Be his woman? Heh heh. Go quickly. All of you charge. This dog is going to die. Ha ha ha. Kid, let's see how long you can be arrogant this time around." Zhao Etienne's face was full of excitement as he continued to instruct them. On the other side, the Zhou family's 10 over elite warriors were also jumping up. At this moment, the number of disciples on the stage increased more and more, and were no longer able to stand. Long Fei was being tightly surrounded in the middle, and after a series of random attacks, he was no longer able to unleash his full strength. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. If he was even half a step smaller, Long Fei would have been surrounded and killed. Long Fei looked at the number of people on the stage. There were at least 300 to 400 people. It should be about now, right? No matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to hold on. In that instant, Long Fei's true qi surged, releasing his true essence, causing the sword intent to instantly become sharp, the sky sword supporting the ground, the sword body turning into a bow, with a bit of rust on it. With a flick, Long Fei's body leaped into the air. It was also at this time. Guan Zhen's eyes became serious. Is it that move again? Yorong was also slightly moved. Is it that heavenly immortal technique again? That's not right. Wrong move. In the air, Long Fei's mouth had a hint of a smile, and he said secretly, "In the game, I have never released a phantom sword dance like this." He took a look at the overlapping series of slashes from the phantom sword dance. From the very beginning, Long Fei had kept on attacking. He did not release the strongest move that carried the sword qi. Now, the amount of combo that had been added together had already reached over 1,000 combos. His figure sank. Long Fei roared, "Phantom sword dance, tempest of 10,000 swords. Explode." Over 1,000 consecutive slashes exploded out in an instant. The strong sword intent formed itself into a stream of sword qi. The sword qi was like the wind as it started to swirl rapidly. Guan Zhen's face darkened. He immediately walked to the front. Sword qi. Convert sword intent into sword qi. This. What sort of level did his attainments in the path of the sword reach? Since you can even release sword qi, that's incredible, really incredible. Sword intent was just like suppression, but it was a spiritual suppression. However, the sword qi could injure people, but it was a level higher than the sword intent. The sword energies became gales of wind and began to rapidly spin, just like swords dancing in a hurricane. The power of this sword attack was too strong. Yuanshan was extremely excited. In a month, my cultivation did not change, but this sword move is so sharp, so powerful. Eorong was startled. He immediately threw the apple to the side and said with a face full of excitement, "I knew he was not simple." As expected, the black scale carving was stunned and said, "I've monitored him for a month, but I've never seen him use this move before. Just how did he use it?" Boom, boom, boom. The wind raged. Sword energy danced wildly. Long Fei was the eyes of the wind, so the moment he landed, the disciples on the stage could no longer hold on and were all swept up and sent flying. This scene was incomparably eye-catching. Many people were shocked. In just a few seconds, the entire arena of 300 to 400 people had been overturned. It was shocking, extremely shocking. Buzz. The sword wind stopped. Long Fei continued walking forward and coldly said, "Fuck, who else is there?" The entire hall was silent. He had been completely crushed. Yi Changfeng's face turned sinister. He looked extremely ugly, staring at the arrogant Long Fei standing on the stage, his fists clenched tightly, letting out a cracking sound. "You dog!" And then he took out a small bottle from his bosom and said in a low voice, "Men, give this to Seventh Prince. He knows how to use it." Out of the close to 1,000 new disciples, there were only 300 left. Although many of them were escalated blood stage, the new disciples who had reached the body refinement realm were constantly retreating, and did not dare to go up. Was crushed by Long Fei's aura. Too fierce. Thin Monkey shouted excitedly, "Boss is mighty, ha ha ha. Too awesome. This kind of overpowered thing can only be done by the boss. To challenge 1,000 people by himself, I wonder who would be able to do such a thing? I'd like to ask, who else is there?" The three were excited. However, the remaining few hundred people were all escalated blood stage experts. Especially those warrior of the Zhou family who had come down from the life and death battlefield. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed. What was his real cultivation? No one knew. Zhao Etian looked at Zhou Yuan and asked, "Aren't the Zhou family members going to fight?" The curious thing was, Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and said, "We give up." Zhao Etian was immediately enraged. Trash. Zhou Yuan did not get angry, but just smiled. At this time, the disciple that Yi Changfeng sent out walked over to Zhao Etian's side and said, "The great clan elder gave this to His Highness. He said you know how to use it." Zhao Etian looked at the pellet in the small bottle, and his eyes immediately flashed with excitement. Explosive magic pill. "Kid, your time of death has come." Chapter 2268. Attacking the Devil with the Devil. Chapter 2268. Attacking the Devil with the Devil. A type of stimulating pill used to explosive the magic pill, causing the muscles and veins to surge, solidifying the primeval essence within, and the cultivation to increase explosively. The reason it was called a magic pill was because only the magic tribe S could use such pills. These pills were prohibited in the human world. The magic tribe and the human race had different physique. The muscles and veins of the magic tribe have different ways of cultivating true essence. They can withstand the sudden rise in cultivation level that humans can consume, but it will leave behind side effects. If he took too much, his life would be in danger. However, at this time, Zhao Etian didn't think too much about it. Right now, he only thought of one thing, to trample Long Fei under his feet. And then, Zhao Etian poured out a few tiny pills from the pill bottle. "Eat them all." The guards beside him did not dare to disobey. After several seconds, the true essence within their bodies began to madly burst forth, and their cultivation began to rapidly rise. His entire body was scarlet red. The power throughout his body was especially strong. just like how it was in the berserk state. Zhao Etian stared coldly at Long Fei, who was on the stage. Let's see how long you can continue being so arrogant. Charge. Whoever can take his life, I will give him the title of a first-rank general. A first-rank great general? An existence that worshipped the first rank and looked down upon others. Who doesn't want it? With that said, many of them started to charge forward again. Those guards who consumed the exploding magic pill turned red, like demon dwellers. They released waves of howls and madly rushed forward. Compared to the beginning, the people rushing over this time were all disciples of the escalated blood stage. His cultivation was very strong. Especially the few people who consumed the exploding magic pill, their bodies radiated with an extremely dangerous aura. Kill! Kill! Kill him! Guan Zhen's eyes trembled as he stared at the guards with red eyes and asked, "Take the forbidden medicine? It looks like a magic pill exploding. How could there be a magic pill in the Xianyu sect? Young sect master, please stop this duel." Yuan Shan also stepped forward and said, "Young sect master, if someone takes a forbidden pill, please stop this competition, or else the consequences will be unimaginable." At this moment, Yi Changfeng slightly said, "As a member of the imperial family, having a magic pill is a very normal thing. Do you still think there is any rule that says you cannot use magic pill in the overall examination?" Yuan Shan said solemnly, "Elder Yi, what is the meaning of this?" Yi Changfeng laughed lightly. "Very simple, let's continue with the competition." Guanzhen said, "No, someone took a magic pill. This competition is not fair, we cannot continue." Yi Changfeng laughed. "Clan Elder Guan, you cannot make the decision for this competition." His eyes looked towards Yi Yorong's direction. Yi Changfeng continued, "A competition is a competition. Since that brat has bragged so much, if we don't continue to teach him a lesson, he really doesn't put Xianyu sect in his eyes. If this competition is stopped, the Pill Pavilion will probably have to rest for a few more months." His voice was very calm. But this was a naked threat. As long as this competition was stopped, the Pill Pavilion that he was controlling would stop running for a few more months. At that time, even the disciples of Xianyu sect would not be able to control themselves. Yi Changfeng's move was too ruthless. If this competition continued, the explosive strength of the magic pill would be enough to defeat Long Fei. Regardless of the outcome, Yi Changfeng was the winner. Yi Changfeng wore a proud smile on his face as he looked towards the distant Yi Yorong. When those people consumed pills, she knew that it was forbidden medicine. Yi Yorong said indifferently, "Let the competition continue." Guan Zhen became anxious and said, "Young sect master, we can't continue." Yuan Shan said, "Elder Yi, that brat destroyed your Fang Tiandao seal. You don't have to do this to him, do you? You have also seen his potential. In less than 10 years, he will definitely be able to reach the ascendant stage. Compared to his talent with the Fang Tiandao seal, can't you think for the Xianyu sect? Do you really have to put him to death?" Yi Changfeng did not try to hide it in the slightest and coldly laughed. "Elder Yu, you speak so lightly. The one who was destroyed was not your 10,000 mountain seal. Of course you do not know about that kind of pain." "You're right. I want him dead. Of course, he can survive as well. It's fine as long as he admits defeat." Yi Changfeng laughed coldly in his heart. No matter what, he would win this match. With the influence of the Pill Pavilion, Yi Yorong could quickly control the entire Xianyu sect with his abdication. At that time, if the sect master did not come out, he could cover the sky with one hand. Yi Yorong looked at Long Fei, who was standing on the stage. At that moment, he was unable to endure anymore. If this continued, his life would be in danger, and with the combined attacks of the Blood Refinement Realm disciples, Long Fei would not be able to hold on. The black scale carving said, "Master, he definitely won't be able to stop it. Forget it. He's probably going to die. If he dies, there's nothing left." "Master, The black scale carving was still thinking about the divine pellet on Long Fei's body, the one that could transform, change, and become stronger. How could Eorong not know? Long Fei's inherent skill potential. The secret on him. He couldn't die. Eorong's mind tightened as he softly exhaled. He walked forward and said, "I." Before he could even say the word abdicate, Long Fei suddenly shouted out from the stage, "There is no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary. Highly toxic tracking. You want to fight against me? Then let's see how long you can last." Suddenly there was a drastic change. Long Fei's body emitted a poisonous miasma, which dispersed out one mass after another. The entire arena was swiftly covered by the poisonous mist. The disciples who had rushed to the stage were instantly poisoned, damage started to float on top of their heads, and most importantly, they could not even discern Long Fei's position within the poisonous miasma. Chase after him. Continue chasing. Is the magic pill amazing? How is Laozi's devil art? F***CK. Originally, Long Fei did not want to use this move. If he had used it from the start, he only needed to maintain the poison mist on the stage. You'll be poisoned as soon as you come up. But now, someone actually used forbidden medicine, and Yi Chongfeng's words made him extremely unhappy. You want me to die? Then let's see who dies first. The sudden turn of events shocked many people. Eorong was secretly shocked. He turned to look at the black scale carving. What technique is this? The black scale carving looked confused as it shook its head. I don't know either. I've never seen him use it. Poison fog. Is this a demonic art? Could he be someone from the magic tribe? That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't have any magic tribe's aura on him, and the Saint Devil Mountain is tens of millions of kilometers away from the magic tribe. How could he appear here? Eorong also couldn't understand, but she smiled. You sure have a lot of secrets. Guanjun laughed. Good boy. However, Yi Chongfeng was not in a good mood. Like a dog leaping over a wall, he anxiously and angrily said, Demonic arts, devil arts, he is using a devil art. He is someone from the magic tribe. Someone, come. Capture him immediately. Chapter 2269 Steamrolling with Prestige. Chapter 2269 Steamrolling with Prestige. This time, Yi Chongfeng was anxious. The poisonous miasma surrounded the stage, and the disciples that rushed up could not even last a minute before jumping down by themselves. The guards that used the explosive magic pill could not hold on either. He was like a headless fly that was flying everywhere, causing him to fall down several times. It was extremely embarrassing. Long Fei was sure to win if this went on. This was the outcome he wanted to see the least. Guanjun, didn't you see that? That brat is from the magic tribe. Immediately send someone to take him down. Green veins popped out of Yi Chongfeng's forehead as he became incomparably furious. Guanjun slightly asked, Someone from the magic tribe? Could the Elder Yi's methods alone prove that he was someone from the magic tribe? It can't be? We'll talk about it later. There doesn't seem to be any rule in our Xianyu sect that forbids people from taking the examination, right? You're not allowed to use demonic arts, right? Didn't you just say that you can use the forbidden pill magic pill? So what if he uses devil arts now? Yi Chongfeng's eyes stared wide, his teeth chattering loudly. He shouted out loudly, Guanjun, you! And then, he did not care too much and shouted, Men, capture that magic tribe thief. Guanjun let out a heavy cry and said, Where is the law enforcement hall? If they dare to interfere, then capture them. Ha! Immediately, more than 10 elite disciples of law enforcement hall rushed out. Yi Chongfeng's eyes turned sinister, and he said, Guanjun, you want to oppose me? Guanjun said, You are the great clan elder, and even if I do not know my place, I would not dare to go against you, but I am the one in charge of the overall examination. The competition is still going on. If there is anyone who can stop it, then it will be going against the sect. Elder Yi, I think we should just make these people admit defeat. Earlier, Yi Changfeng was the one who made Yi Yorong admit defeat, but now it was the complete opposite. Yi Changfeng's face changed. He was an elder of the Pill Pavilion, and the position of the Pill Pavilion was the strongest in the Xianyu sect, but the Pill Pavilion was not the strongest. Yi Changfeng let out a heavy snort and said, "Admit defeat? We don't know who will win or lose yet." Bam! 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 One disciple after another was kicked down by Long Fei. The person who was kicked out no longer had the strength to fight. He could only lie on the ground and painfully moan. 10 minutes later, only Long Fei remained on the stage. More than 200 disciples had fallen below the stage. Other than the Zhou family's warrior, there was only one other person who had not participated. Zhao Yitian. Long Fei closed his highly toxic tracking and stared at the nearby Zhao Yitian, and said, "There's only you left." Long Fei was extremely excited. The sky sword in his hand danced. There was a teasing and disdainful expression on his face, as if he did not place Zhao Yitian in his eyes at all. However, at the moment, Long Fei had already exhausted all of his stamina. Also, the true qi in his body had disappeared, directly becoming zero, which also meant that he could not release even a single cultivation technique. The fairy from heaven and the parasitic possession technique, he was completely unable to release any of them. At this time, let alone Zhao Yitian, whose cultivation was higher than him, he couldn't even beat a 5th-grade refining body martial artist. "Zhao Yitian, you coward! I told you to hurry up and die. Don't worry. I won't kill you. At most, I will just pull the shit out of your mouth." Long Fei was very arrogant and full of disdain. Emperor's Qi? 5th-grade blood refining? In my eyes, all of this is nothing. Just one fairy from heaven and you will meet the king of hell. Long Fei continued. Zhao Yitian did not move. He was slightly afraid in his heart. The aura from Long Fei's body was extremely strong. He was not confident in his ability to refine 5th-grade blood, so it could be said that he was not confident in his ability at all. One person against 1,000 people. This kind of power was something he didn't even dare to think about. The cultivation technique Long Fei released was too strange, and furthermore, Long Fei still had a sword technique that even Guanzhen could not block, and this move had not been used yet. If even Guanzhen from the Golden Protector level could not block it, how could he? Yi Changfeng shouted loudly, "Your Highness, there is no need to be afraid of him. He is just a Escalate Blood 2 stage, your level is above his, and you are also cultivating the Emperor's Qi." No matter how strong Long Fei was, he was still in the Escalate Blood 2 stage realm. The true Qi was thin and he was severely exhausted. In this kind of situation, Zhao Yitian could definitely win. Long Fei sneered and said, "Zhao Yitian, you dead trash, do you hear me? Elder Yi wants you to come up quickly, can you be a bit faster? Your father's sword is unable to endure the thirst. Hurry up and come up. Don't worry, it will be over soon. I'll deal with you in one strike." Ha ha ha! Although Long Fei looked calm on the surface, he was actually very worried in his heart. If Zhao Yitian really went up, his life was most likely hanging by a thread, and Zhao Yitian would definitely kill him. This way, his mission was going to fail. Yi Yorong and Yi Changfeng were about to lose the bet, then he had also lost a woman. This was a huge loss. Seeing that Zhao Yitian did not dare to move for a long time, Long Fei directly said, "Elder Guan, I have a suggestion." Guanzhen looked at Long Fei and asked, "What suggestion?" Long Fei said, "If he doesn't dare to come up, then can I go down and fight him?" "I can't wait, it's too worn out, I'm just like a woman." His aura was even stronger. Long Fei did not dare to relax. Guanzhen looked at Zhao Yitian and asked, "Zhao Yitian, you're the only one left, are you going or not?" If you do not make it, then admit defeat, or else let Long come down and fight you. Zhao Etian was terrified and said, I admit defeat. Yi Chongfeng's eyes darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and he roared fiercely in his heart, useless trash. Guanzhen was shocked. He looked at Long Fei and said, You win. Long Fei bellowed, Admit defeat? Zhao Etian, you're admitting defeat before the fight even begins? Was there such a simple matter? I'll go down and fight with you. Finished. Long Fei raised his sword and was about to walk down. In full fury. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Etian's body trembled slightly. He retreated a few steps back. What do you want to do? I admit defeat. Can't I admit defeat? Miao Chong, save me. In that instant, a figure landed and Miao Chong landed beside Zhao Etian. He stared coldly at Long Fei and his heart was filled with shock and horror. Good boy. The great general has indeed not misjudged him. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Long Fei was already in a state of running out of food, so Zhao Etian could defeat him with ease. However, Long Fei was able to remain calm and collected. This child will definitely become a great person in the future. Miao Chong was secretly happy in his heart, protecting Zhao Etian as he said, Your Highness, don't worry. If he dares to come up, I will not be courteous to him. No matter what. Even if Long Fei still had power, he could not die. At least he couldn't die right now. Long Fei glanced at Miao Chong and fiercely said with contempt, If you can't win, why can't you call for help? Damn, trash is trash. Zhao Etian did not have a single temper. A single person fighting 1,000 people. That wasn't a human at all. It was a monster. Then, Long Fei looked in Yi Yorong's direction and said, Young sect master, I've won. The meaning behind his words was very simple. I've won, now you're my woman. Chapter 2270 Mysterious Big Awards. Chapter 2270 Mysterious Big Awards. Yi Yorong did not look at Long Fei, but instead looked at the distant Yi Chongfeng with an ugly expression. He smiled lightly. Uncle Ian, from tomorrow onwards, can you start the Pill Pavilion's operation? Yi Chongfeng flung his sleeves and snorted, I will keep my promise. And then, he left with big strides, his expression ugly. Before leaving, he looked coldly at Long Fei. Long Fei kept making things difficult for him. The Fang Tiandao seal was destroyed, and he lost the bet again. Long Fei acted as if he was stung in the eye. Wait! I will definitely make you die without a burial ground. Yi Chongfeng secretly swore in his heart. Watching Elder Yi leave, Zhao Etian also quickly left. He did not dare to stay any longer, and his heart was still filled with fear. What he was thinking was not how to deal with Long Fei. What he was thinking of now was to leave the Xianyu sect, return to the divine capital, and think of a way to take revenge. Guanzhen's heart relaxed, and he thought to himself, Good boy. And then, Guanzhen said loudly, In the overall assessment competition, Along wins. Boss is mighty. Ha ha. The boss is domineering. Boss is awesome. Thin Monkey and the big guy shouted excitedly, while Xiao Dai also laughed happily by the side. They were extremely worried just now, but now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhou Yuan walked up and extended his hand. Congratulations, Brother Long. Long Fei also shook it and said, Many thanks. If the Zhou family members were to make a move, the result would be different. To compare Zhao Etian's threat, Long Fei was more afraid of the Zhou family's disciples. These people were the warrior who had truly killed people, fought in battlefields, and carried a murderous aura on them. To be able to be personally sent to the Xianyu sect by the great general, their strength was naturally not simple. Zhou Yuan said, Brother Long is too courteous, fighting 1,000 people alone. No one in the entire Zhen Wu continent can accomplish such a thing. Even the heavenly son of the true dragon, Zhao Haotian, can't do it. Even if we go up, we won't be a match for Brother Long. Brother Long, please take care of us in the future," Zhou Yuan said humbly. In his heart, he truly did admire her. At first he thought that Long Fei was only trying to act cool, but he didn't think that he would really be able to do it. Long Fei said, "We are all of the same sect, let's all work hard together in the future." Zhou Yuan laughed and said, "All right, let's work hard together." After that, without saying anything, Zhou Yuan led the Zhou family disciples out of the training field. Xiao Dai walked up and whispered, "Along, he is a member of the Zhou family." Xiao Dai knew clearly that Zhou Tian had died in Long Fei's hands, and the reason the Zhou family members had entered the Xianyu sect was to investigate this matter. Long Fei replied, "I know." Xiao Dai slightly said, "Then you." Long Fei said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Guanzhern, Yuanshan, Wu Yi and a few other elders walked down and said, "Good boy, you are truly amazing, even I was shocked by you. A single person against 1,000 people. Never before has there been a person like him. Never in the future. Brat, you've really made a name for yourself." This was not something an ordinary person could do. Just like what Zhou Yuan said, even the real dragon and heavenly son, Zhao Haotian, couldn't do it. Who is Zhao Haotian? The crown prince of the royal family could be said to be the most talented person in the Zhen Wu continent, an existence that was unmatched in strength. Long Fei said, "Thank you for your praise, elders." His heart was especially grateful to Guanzhern. Even though he made Guanzhern lose a lot of face the last time, he spoke up for Long Fei without thinking of the past. "It's not a compliment, it's a fact. Seems like this year's God sect gathering will also have the strength to fight," Yuanshan said with relief. Guanzhern also laughed and said, "With this brat here, in this year's God sect gathering, our results will definitely not be bad, ha ha ha." Wu Yi looked at Long Fei and said, "Along, don't let us down. We have high hopes for you." God sect gathering. Clan Congress led by the Zhao dynasty. All of the new disciples that were sent out by the sects within Zhao Guo's territory screamed miserably. The champion would receive special rewards from the royal family and would be conferred a noble title. This was also a method for the Zhao family to win over geniuses. Although the various sects were not under the control of the imperial government, all the sects in God's sect gathering would participate, and with all their might. This was because everyone wanted to win the title of Sky Sect. Raising the sect's influence, expanding the power of the section's sect of Infinitas had been linked with the Sky Sect for 10 consecutive years. This year was definitely going to come. Long Fei replied, "I'll definitely try my best." Right now, he didn't have the mood to think about the God's sect gathering. What he was thinking about was the System Mystery Prize, and there was also Yi Yorong, the top quality woman. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the posturing task. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Mysterious Gift Pack. After the mission was completed, the system issued out a reward. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Acting tough is too tiring, I almost put my life in there, F***CK. Don't give me any more posturing tasks. It really was deadly. Long Fei's legs were unsteady. What awesome! What a show of force! What kind of power was this? Long Fei was completely relying on brute force. Hearing about System Beep S, Long Fei became more spirited. Mystery prize, mystery prize. What is it? I can't wait. In the system space, a black gift pack. Long Fei moved and clicked, activate. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating Mysterious Gift Pack. Please select Financial Gift Pack, Elixir Gift Pack, Formation Gift Pack. Long Fei trembled slightly. What the F***K? The gift pack from the gift pack? This prize is a bit too awesome. There were all kinds of presents in the black box, but Long Fei could only choose one. Long Fei was excited in his heart when he saw these presents, but at the same time, he also became troubled. Financial gift packs, wealth comparable to a nation, medicinal herbs gift packs, boundless medicinal pills, array gift packs, formation space. Every single one of them is awesome. Which one should I choose? Every one of them moved Long Fei's heart. It could be said that every single one of them could help him. However, regardless of whether it was the wealth, pills, or arrays, Long Fei felt that something was missing. He looked at the last one, special gift pack, mysterious and unknown. Mysterious and unknown. Fight! Long Fei gulped down his saliva heavily as he made up his mind. Let's go for it, this is it. And then, the idea moved in Long Fei's heart, special gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for choosing special gift pack. At this time, that special gift package flashed with a light, and system beep S also immediately sounded out. Long Fei rubbed his hands, feeling extremely nervous. What could it be? What could it be? Elder Sure, please bestow me with your power. At this moment, the sky sword suddenly flashed with a trace of light. Suddenly, the system beep that was initially sounding out suddenly had a short duration of half a second, as if its trajectory had changed. Ding! Thank you for your support. Chapter 22 7116 Character Secret Art of Wind and Water. Chapter 22 7116 Character Secret Art of Wind and Water. Strangely, there had never been such a thing before. Long Fei's heart was also filled with doubts. The system can short-circuit too? He didn't think too much about it. Since his memories had yet to awaken, Long Fei only had the system for a little more than a month, so he naturally did not doubt anything. If his memories had awoken and the system had encountered this kind of situation, he might be on guard. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating Special Gift Pack. You have received a special reward. The reward is Secret World Gift Pack plus Skill Random 1. Secret Skill Gift Pack? Holy SH*T. SH*T. Absolutely SH*T. What the F***CK is this gift pack? This daddy does not cultivate by relying on other worlds' true essence. This daddy relies on killing monsters. What's the point of these secret worlds? Long Fei felt his heart crumble. He had been tricked. The bike didn't turn into a motorcycle, but into a wheelbarrow. Secret world present? There were a few special secret worlds in every plane of Universal Large World, but this kind of secret world was prepared for cultivation. This was because this kind of secret world would either have their cultivation resources run dry or was extremely rich. It was inevitable that the essence of the heaven and earth within the Xianyu secret territory that the Xianyu sect controlled was 3 times richer than outside. But to Long Fei, the secret world was a completely useless existence. Sigh. Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. It wasn't easy to get such a great mysterious prize, and in the end I gave it to her. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the gift pack. System your ass. Looking at the secret world's gift pack that was floating in the system space, Long Fei slightly moved and said, "Look at your secret world's gift pack. Just what kind of secret world is in it?" Buzz! A buzzing sound exploded. In that instant, it was as if a huge galaxy had appeared in Long Fei's mind. Unrivaled power. The starlight was bright. Long Fei was stunned. Damn, this is too beautiful. He was shocked by the scene in his mind. Also at this time, the names of Secret World appeared in Long Fei's mind one after another. Void Devouring Secret World. Secret World Uranus. Shadow Secret World. One after another, the names of the Secret World S appeared in Long Fei's mind, and these names of the Secret World S had stars behind them. This should be their rank. The secret world in front were generally 1-star secret world, 2-star, 3-star. Outside of the Star Traveler description, the system did not kill any of the secret world S. Or was it the withering of the dead? He didn't say anything. Long Fei was too lazy to look as well. The idea moved and saw a few secret world S at the deepest area directly. Dragon Coffin Secret World, 9 stars. Dragon Coffin. The Dragon Coffin. Secret World? The two words Dragon Coffin are so familiar. Have I ever seen it before? And this secret world is a 9 dragon coffin, and it's even a 9 times green dragon that was cast in copper water. How strange, why is my mind so familiar with these scenes? 9 Dragon Coffin. This is the scene in the middle of a novel by Chen Dong. Why do I feel like I've seen it with my own eyes? Did not feel anything from the other Secret World S, but this Dragon Coffin S Secret World gave him a familiar feeling, as if there was something he was familiar with in this secret world. This feeling was very strange, even Long Fei himself could not explain it. Let's go in and take a look first. Long Fei wanted to enter the secret world to see what was going on. However, without waiting for him to enter, the system rang out, ding. System notification. Player's level is not high enough, unable to become a 9-star secret world. F***CK. Long Fei disdained, damn you. He felt displeased. He then looked at the other secret world, Dragon Abyss Dungeon, 9.5 stars? A secret world stronger than the Dragon Coffin S? Dragon Abyss Dungeon, could it be that a dragon is being imprisoned inside? Dragon. Damn, isn't this too terrifying? Long Fei shuddered at the thought of this. A dragon was just a legendary divine beast on Earth. If there really was a dragon locked up in this secret world, it would be too terrifying. I should give it a try too. Long Fei moved, wanting to enter the Dragon Abyss Dungeon, but, just like the Dragon Coffin S, they could not be entered if their levels were not high enough. However, at that moment, deep within the Dragon Abyss Dungeon, a pair of enormous dragon eyes suddenly raised their heads as their eyes shone with a bright light, the light of excitement. These rays of light caused the entire Dragon Abyss Dungeon to become restless, but it was just that. Long Fei's idea was unable to enter and could not feel its turmoil. The last secret world. 10-star secret world. Killing God Altar? What kind of secret world is this? Killing God Altar? The place where the gods were destroyed? I've only seen the Immortal Execution Altar on TV, but I've never seen any Killing God Altar S before. Long Fei grinned, and then, he immediately closed off the secret world. How boring! What kind of messed up secret world is this? Secret world closed. Long Fei was not interested in these secret world S. Although there were a few that he was very familiar with, but he could not enter, and there was nothing he could do about it. And also a reward cultivation technique. Yes. Secret World's gift pack is trash. Master System, at least you have to give me something better, right? Long Fei's heart tightened again. The idea had opened. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the 16 secret Yin Yang Wind Water technique. Looking at the technique that the system had rewarded him with, Long Fei's mouth was wide open, his eyes were in a daze, he was suddenly speechless and was unable to speak for a long time. F***CK. System, can we play properly now? 16 words of secret Yin Yang Wind and Water technique. F***CKU. Do you think I'm blaming you for nothing? I'm in a foreign world. What's wrong with the points? Reward me with a secret technique of digging graves. Long Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What were the 16 characters of the secret art of Yin Yang Wind and Water? The tomb robbing technique in the ghost blows out the light. This. Long Fei never thought that the system would reward him with a tomb robbing technique. And the burial site of this world was the same as the one on Earth? Would the 16 words of the secret wind and water technique be useful? Long Fei was so angry that he wanted to curse. However, He had already made his choice. Long Fei had no choice but to directly click on the 16-character Yin-Yang Wind and Water Secret Technique to receive it. Cultivation Technique. 16 words Yin-Yang Wind Water Secret Technique, Grave Digging Technique, Grade. Secret Technique Consumption. 0 cooldown. 10 hours description. Exploring ancient tombs, divine tombs, sacred tombs, devil sex tombs. He searched for the spirit treasure beneath the ground. Wind, water, yin and yang, heaven, earth, and man, opening the secret art. Everything was open. So awesome? Long Fei had a look of despise on his face. He simply did not believe that such a powerful secret art could be seen through even with a glance. Immediately, Long Fei came up out of curiosity and said, "Let me see if you are really that awesome." 16 words of secret wind, water, yin and yang arts, open. As soon as he finished, a huge compass started to frantically spin in Long Fei's mind. It was like a large machine running. 10 seconds later, the needle was pointing at a certain location. At the same time, a system notification rang out. Chapter 2272, The Tomb of the True Martial Emperor. Chapter 2272, The Tomb of the True Martial Emperor. As the compass revolved, it gave off a very cool feeling. Moreover, there was no need for Long Fei to control the 16 words of the secret technique, nor for him to do anything. It was as if he was releasing a skill. Skill activation, skill activation. When the needle stopped moving, Long Fei's gaze followed the direction of the pointer, right at the location of the desolate hill where Gui Qingshan was at. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for exploring the tomb of True Martial Emperor. Long Fei. Looking at the prompt in the system, Long Fei was a little confused, and he couldn't find his way to the north either. True Martial Emperor? The strongest powerhouse. His tomb will be at Xianyu sect? And it was on an unremarkable mountain slope? The desolate mountainside was as barren as a bird's shit, and chickens never gave birth to eggs. It was the same for the 4 seasons of the year, and there was not even a single blade of grass for the Cyan Bull to eat. Would this place be the tomb of the true martial emperor? Long Fei expressed his doubt. This was simply impossible. Moreover, according to Long Fei's knowledge, the Xianyu sect had never been out of the true martial emperor realm. At the very most, it was a Zhen Wu realm away from the true martial emperor realm, hundreds of thousands of miles away. If there wasn't, then why would there be the tomb of the true martial emperor here? Long Fei muttered in his heart, "System, are you trying to trick me again?" The system did not reply. It would not answer any of Long Fei's questions. Long Fei looked at the unremarkable mountain slope and thought to himself, the system shouldn't be wrong. If it really is the tomb of the true martial emperor, then… Long Fei was a little excited. The true martial emperor's corpse wasn't rotten, and he also had a formidable strength within his body. The corpses of true martial emperors were priceless existences. Not to mention his funeral objects. Any one of them might even be the existence of holy artifact. Ha ha ha! I feel like I'm going to make a fortune. Long Fei couldn't help but laugh excitedly. It was also at this time. Seeing Long Fei's expression, Xiao Dai felt joy and worry for him, and could not help but worry for him. It can't be that you haven't recovered yet, right? Did you lose your mind again? Boss! Boss, are you all right? Boss, did you think of something delicious? Why are you drooling? Boss, what's the situation? The three of them looked at Long Fei's drooling face and started to worry. Long Fei recovered from the shock, and when he saw the three of them looking at him, he said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Why are we here? Xiao Dai said, You're still talking. It's like you didn't hear what we said in martial arts arena. You looked like you didn't hear it at all. I was worried about you getting hurt, so I let them help you leave. At that time, Long Fei really wanted to look at all sorts of secret world. He didn't notice the surrounding situation. However, in martial arts arena, he too had made a fool of himself. It was like he was sick. Long Fei regained his senses and muttered, "Maybe I was too tired earlier so I didn't notice it." "Right. Where's Eorong?" Thin Monkey and the big size man were speechless. Eorong was the young sect master. How could he call him by name? This was a great disrespect. Xiao Dai said, "Sister E is young sect master, you cannot call her by her name. She did not appear, she left after you won the competition." F***CK. Long Fei immediately scolded, "Are you messing with me again? Little girl, just you wait." Xiao Dai immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Long Fei said, "Nothing, let's return to our room first." The Thin Monkey also became excited and said, "We are going back to our residences to clean up. Boss, because of your relationship, the three of us have special rights. Although we cannot enter the elite hall, but we can follow you to Secret World to cultivate." The big guy said happily, "Boss, thank you so much." This was Guanzhen's, Yuanshan's, Wu Yi's, and a few other elders' special reward to Long Fei. At that time, Long Fei was stiff and did not hear anything. Long Fei laughed and said, "What are you thanking me for? When I was fighting on the stage, didn't you guys not go up as well? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry home." Long Fei really wanted to understand the situation on the barren hill. If it was really the tomb of the true martial emperor, then this place was a treasure trove of feng shui. However, 10 hours of cooldown was a bit long, and the first step was to explore the position, while the second was to dig the grave. If he didn't find the right place, he would most likely die a horrible death. After all, this was the tomb of the true martial emperor. No one wanted their corpse to be dug out. There would definitely be all sorts of traps. If they weren't careful, they would die for all eternity. "General, you really are wise. That brat. It's really incredible, one person fighting 1,000 people, which is something that even the true dragon Tianzi, Zhao Haotian, couldn't do." Miao Chong was extremely excited. Gui Qingshan's face also revealed a joyous expression and said, "I also did not expect that after a month of cultivation without any improvement, he would actually have such a powerful fighting strength." "That kid isn't simple," Miao Chong said. "Great General, what should we do next? What about the capital?" Gui Qingshan slightly said, "Something has happened over at the divine capital. Zhao Haotian's life was crippled, and this is also the reason why Eorong suddenly returned to the sect. Right now, the Zhao family can be said to be in chaos. Whether Zhao Haotian is still alive or not, I heard that Zhao Wuji has already made his move." Miao Chong was startled. Then who is this person? There are not many cultivators that can injure Zhao Haotian, and even Zhao Wuji was alarmed, so this person must not be simple. Gui Qingshan shook his head. "I don't know yet, but—" Gui Qingshan raised his head to look at the profound moon peak, and in his heart, he had a feeling that this matter had something to do with Eorong. The Zhao family has sent out many experts to investigate that killer in secret. I heard that the killer was hit by Zhao Wuji's everlasting burning sword, so even if he doesn't die, he won't live for long." Gui Qingshan muttered. Miao Chong said in shock, "Limitless burning sword, this burning pain is useless against any kind of healing medicine, the pain endured by is even more so unbearable for ordinary people." Gui Qingshan nodded his head. "I'm afraid this matter will affect the Xianyu sect as well. I wonder if the matter of the conferred Gua tribe S and the princess consort will continue." Miao Chong was confused. "Great General, why did the Zhao family suddenly take a fancy to the Xianyu sect? There's no reason, is still just a sect of infinitas, and the current patriarch of the Zhao family came from the sect of infinitas, so no matter what, he would not grant Xianyu sect the title of Gua tribe. And the Zhou family. I have observed those Zhou family disciples, none of them were simple. Their cultivation was deliberately suppressed, and they must have entered the Xian Yu sect for other things. The Zhao and Zhou families are the main culprits behind the destruction of Wei family. Did they discover the identity of the young master? Gui Qingshan's eyes tensed up, and she said faintly, I am also investigating this matter, but right now I can tell that little master's identity has not been exposed. It's very likely that the Xian Yu sect is hiding some kind of heaven-shocking treasure, and even the Zhao family wants it. Miao Chang's brows knitted. Everyone in the world belongs to the Zhao family, and even they want to obtain something. What would that be? Chapter 2273 The Three Great True Martial Emperors. Chapter 2273 The Three Great True Martial Emperors. At night, after Long Fei ate dinner, he sat in the courtyard. Gui Qingshan was still the same as usual, squatting at the side as he smoked, puffing out smoke rings as he glanced at Long Fei from time to time. Not long after, Long Fei walked in front of the ox stall, took out some grass from his basket and handed it over. Eat more. Brother Long, is there something on your mind? Azure Ox asked. The green cattle spoke human language only in places where there was no one around. Long Fei said, Tomorrow I will enter secret world to cultivate. I wonder when I will be able to come out. Gui Qingshan raised his pipe and said a few words lightly. Cultivate properly in the secret world, this beast is not hungry. Green Ox was moved. Brother Long, so you were worried about me? Long Fei laughed. Those who fought with him were brothers, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts. Seeing Gui Qingshan speak, Long Fei walked forward and said, Uncle Gui, what kind of secret world is this? He wanted to know if there were any demon beast in the Xian Yu secret territory. He also wanted to know what level the Xian Yu secret territory was compared to the secret world in his gift pack. Gui Qingshan replied, Don't worry, no one will be reckless in secret world. Secret world's cultivation is not easy to come by, no one will waste any time. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth inside is 3 times more than outside. This is a rare opportunity, you must cherish it. Long Fei thought, seems like there are no demon beasts to kill inside. And then, Long Fei also squatted beside Gui Qingshan and asked, Who discovered Xian Yu secret territory? Is he the first sect master of our Xian Yu sect? Gui Qingshan said, That's not true. As far as I know, Xian Yu secret territory already existed before Xian Yu sect was even established. The reason why they're called Xian Yu secret territory is because the profound moon ancestor discovered them first, and also because of this secret world that was created here. So it's like that. Long Fei secretly noted this down in his heart and asked, The ancestor should be the strongest cultivator in our Xian Yu sect, right? Then, has he ever stepped into the realm of the true martial emperor? Thin Monkey and the big-size man also walked out, their faces full of curiosity. This was, after all, the history of the Xian Yu sect. That's right, has the Xian Yu sect ever come out with a true martial emperor? Gui Qingshan replied, No, true martial great emperor is much stronger than peak Zhen Wu realm. He is in existence at the level of an emperor, and at the peak of the primordial profound moon, he was at the middle stage of the Zhen Wu realm. He is still far from becoming a true martial great emperor. In the entire history of the Xian Yu sect, there has never been a true martial emperor. Speaking of true martial emperor, only 3 people have appeared in the entire Zhen Wu continent for tens of millions of years. True martial war martial immortal Su Wufu, Heaven Lake Saintess Ju Xian, and Magic Tribe Emperor Hua Hades. These 3 people were once the pinnacle characters of the Zhen Wu continent. They were able to break through the heavens and enter the powerhouses that were in the center of universal world. But I am not sure whether or not he managed to break through the heavens and reach the grand mist center of powerhouse. Why do you ask? Gui Qingshan looked at Long Fei. Long Fei scratched his head and said, I'm just curious. Gui Qingshan said, Now is not the time for you to be curious about these things. God's sect gathering will begin in half a year. Your strongest opponent is the sect of Infinitas. True martial war god Su Wufu is the ancestor of the sect of Infinitas. Long Fei said, Su Wufu is the ancestor of the sect of Infinitas? He immediately thought to himself, so that means. With the addition of true martial emperor, the tomb of Heaven Lake's Saintess Ju Xen, or Magic Tribe's great Emperor Huiyen, right? We'll wait. With my good intentions, I will be able to use the 16-character wind-water yin-yang secret technique a second time in 6 hours. At that time, I will definitely be able to investigate this tomb to the end. The reason why Long Fei asked so many questions was because of the tomb of the true martial emperor beneath his feet. Gui Qingshan slightly said, even though millions of years have passed, the Suwufu war god arts has always been the most precious treasure of the sect of Infinitas. Only the most talented people are qualified to learn it. The Zhao family's true dragon and heavenly son Zhao Haotian have already trained in it. If he were to fight it, you should be able to meet him. The thin monkey said in shock. The true dragon sky child Zhao Haotian, he is the crown prince. He has the imperial qi and cultivates the war god tactic. Who the hell am I supposed to be his opponent? Gui Qingshan said, indeed, not to mention Zhao Guo. He is the #1 person among the young generation of the entire Zhen Wu continent. Even our young sect master is a little inferior. There was a hint of loneliness in his voice. The Zhao family was so powerful that they were untouchable. Even if Zhao Haotian's life force was destroyed, the Zhao family was still an invincible existence. Long Fei thought. He basically did not put Zhao Haotian in his heart at all, and the only thing that occupied his mind right now was one thing. Time flowed on. When the sky brightened, Long Fei immediately got up. It could be said. He did not sleep all night but counted the hours. When the cool-down time for the 16 words Secret Art of Wind and Water came up, Long Fei immediately stood up. Walking to the front of the cow stall, Long Fei pulled out the cyan bull and said, let's go. He somersaulted and mounted it. The azure ox was extremely touched. Gui Qingshan, who was standing at the window, also lightly spoke, a righteous man, this kid. Very satisfied. However, he simply did not know what Long Fei was thinking in his heart. Long Fei rode the green ox and had almost circled around the bottom of the barren hill once, but he did not find any tombstone nor any suspicious places. I don't care. Using the tomb digging technique. And then, Long Fei's aura trembled. After confirming that there was no one else in the vicinity, the idea moved. 16 words of secret wind, water, yin and yang, open. Walala. Walala. The compass started spinning crazily in his mind. Long Fei thought in his heart, come out, just find the tomb door. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. The second step was to determine the location of the tomb door, but the needle did not stop for a whole few minutes, revolving non-stop. Long Fei did not understand. What's going on? Where's the tomb door? No. Or can you not find it? F***CK. System, as expected, you are cheating again. It went on and on without stopping. The skill was still in circulation and did not stop. It was as if he was constantly searching. An hour passed. The needle continued spinning. 2 hours passed. It was still spinning. 3 hours passed. At this moment, Long Fei was already at the entrance of the Xian Yu secret territory. Guanzhen looked at Long Fei and said, kid, cultivate properly. Don't disappoint us. Long Fei said, I will do my best. His figure moved and he stepped into the Xian Yu secret territory. It was also at this time. The needle of the compass suddenly stopped spinning and the system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for discovering the location of the Zhen Wu Emperor's tomb. What the F***K. So it's here. Ha ha. I'm going to make a fortune. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2274 Killer, Xian Yu Four Swords. Chapter 2274 Killer, Xian Yu Four Swords. Xian Yu Secret Territory is the tomb of the true martial emperor? Long Fei didn't know. But the system would never lie. The moment Long Fei stepped into the Xian Yu Secret Territory, the needle immediately stopped spinning. It was clear that this was the entrance to the tomb. Crap, I forgot to bring Luoyang here. Without tools, how can we dig graves? Long Fei secretly complained in his heart. What the hell was the use of being able to locate the tomb without being able to dig in? Buzz! With a flash of white light, Long Fei landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the scene before him, he too was shocked. There was a massive martial arts practice field inside, all of it made of flat limestone. At the end of the square was a floating palace, suspended in the air like a celestial palace. It was extremely shocking. Wow! Isn't that too spectacular? Is this the Xian Yu Secret Territory? Look at that shrine floating in the sky, what is that? Only newbies came in together with Long Fei. He won the competition yesterday, and also elected 9 new disciples to enter the Xian Yu sect, of which the Zhou family had 3 new disciples. Zhou Yuan walked over, looked at Long Fei and said, "Brother Long, we meet again." Long Fei also politely smiled. Xiao Dai intentionally kept his distance. Zhou Yuan laughed, looked at Long Fei's shocked expression and said, "The distant shrine only requires a faster understanding of cultivation to get closer to. Do you think it's far? That's because our cultivation is currently low. If you were to break through from the elixir realm to the essence refining realm, you would be able to step into the divine hall. I heard that the true essence in the shrine is 10 times richer than outside. That is where the true power of the Xian Yu Secret Territory lies. However, there are not many in the refinement realm in the entire continent, and there are very few who can step into the divine palace. I'm afraid there are not more than 5 in the entire Xian Yu sect," Zhou Yuan said lightly. Long Fei was slightly shocked as he said, "Could it be that this secret world is an illusory realm secret world?" Zhou Yuan said, "You can say that, but it all depends on your strength. The higher your cultivation realm is, the closer you are to the divine hall, the richer the true essence of heaven and earth you will be able to absorb. Brother Long, I won't waste your time. This time we only have 3 days. I'm going to cultivate." Zhou Yuan was a little anxious, so he hugged his hands and left in large strides. The Zhou family's people followed him. Long Fei stood in place and looked around. Illusory secret world? All illusions can be broken. The thin monkey could not wait any longer as he said, "Boss, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is too dense. It's as if we can hold it in our hands." "About that," Long Fei said, "you all can go cultivate, don't waste time." To them, every second was incomparably precious. The thin monkey and the big-sized guy also quickly went to their positions. Xiao Dai looked at Long Fei and asked, "Along, what are you thinking about now?" Long Fei looked at the shrine at the end of the plaza and said, "It's nothing, sis, you should go cultivate as well." Xiao Dai hesitated for a few seconds before he started to absorb heaven and earth primeval essence. The dozen or so disciples that entered were all present, and each of them were completely focused. Their mental energies were highly concentrated, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that no one wanted to miss. Long Fei was not in a hurry. Even if he was anxious, it would be useless. Because, what kind of absorption of heaven and earth true essence was completely useless to him? Moreover, he could not feel the true essence of heaven and earth, nor could he absorb it. There was only one thing on his mind: digging a grave. This is the entrance to the true martial emperor's tomb. Everything is the same. Only the temple is different, then. Long Fei looked at the shrine in the distance, his heart tight. Needless to say, that's definitely where the entrance is. While they were talking, Long Fei took a step forward. The bluestone floor rippled with light, like ripples on the surface of a water surface. Long Fei seemed to have taken a step forward, but the distance between him and the shrine did not change at all. It was still the same distance. Long Fei tried a few more times. The result was the same, no matter how he moved forward. It was impossible to pull in any distance from the temple. However, this action made the elite disciples, who were cultivating in the shrine, laugh. Another Muggle has come in. What a waste of time. What is the sect doing now? Why are all these random people sent inside? That's right, he even put garbage like that in there? It's a complete waste of resources. Many people started to mock him. Long Fei ignored him. However, amongst the crowd of jeers, Long Fei's heart trembled slightly because he could sense a few sharp killing intents. Not more than 10 meters away from him, he could feel any slight killing intent. Obviously, there was someone here who wanted his life. Long Fei pretended not to know anything and continued to explore, but he became cautious and alert. Yi Chongfeng's people? Or a henchman of the Zhao family? No matter who it is, anyone who dares to provoke me must die. Long Fei tried a few more times, but to no avail. And then, he did not try again, because he knew clearly that this was an illusory secret world. He could not get close to it unless he could break this illusion. Long Fei sat cross-legged, looking straight at his nose and heart, his hands lightly placed on his knees, in the same position as the others. However, he could not feel a trace of heaven and earth primeval essence, even in this place where the spiritual energy was dense. This was the downside of the system. Long Fei did not absorb them, and the map of the Xian Yu secret territory that was just drawn up appeared in his mind. The so-called illusion is a type of array formation. As long as you break the formation, you'll be able to jump out of the illusion. Long Fei had never trained in array formations before, but the knowledge of array formations seemed to have been etched into his brain, and it came out in an instant, which was a little like the alchemy from before. Who? Long Fei let out a light breath, and with a jolt of his mind, he said, "Let's give it a try." His mind and will spread out in all directions. Streams of power flowed into the surroundings. The knowledge of the array formation that he had previously cultivated in the dragon coffin began to gush out crazily, and many powerful array energies also spread out according to Long Fei's will. It seeped out bit by bit. It was also at this moment. Hot sweat rolled down Long Fei's forehead as his entire body was drenched. Right now, his cultivation was too low and his spirit energy was too weak, so he wasn't able to withstand the powerful formation's strength. His body trembled slightly. Just a bit more, just a bit more. At this moment, Long Fei's mind energy had already detected the location of the formation aperture. As long as he could break through this illusion, he would be able to solve it. Long Fei frowned. "I found the formation aperture, haha." Unexpectedly, the eye of the formation is actually an unremarkable bluestone, just that. There was something special about this rock. It had some green scales. What kind of scales were these? Fish scales? Snake scale? Or dragon scale? Long Fei did not care about all this and shouted in his heart, "Break!" It was also at this moment. A few of the disciples of the elite hall stood up. "Do it." Chapter 2275, I Want to Go Back to Earth. Chapter 2275, I Want to Go Back to Earth. Almost at the same time, killing intent exploded out. The formation aperture began to move. On one side was the critical time to break the formation aperture, while on the other side was the moment when his life hung by a thread. The four of them took advantage of the momentum, and flashed their long swords as they unleashed their killing move. Almost in an instant, from the moment Long Fei sat down cross-legged, they had been closely observing everything. Seeing Long Fei's forehead filled with sweat and his body faintly trembling, this was the critical moment of his breakthrough. At this time, the success rate of his attacks increased by 200%. Any martial practitioner would not be able to be distracted at this point in time. They were silent in their own cultivation world, and at this time, not to mention Long Fei's current realm, even the of the elixir realm would not be able to withstand a sneak attack. Thus, usually, the higher the level, the more critical and crucial the breakthrough time was. They would find a secret place to close up and break through, or they could even be protected by experts. "Give me your life! Brat, go and die!" Two harsh shouts. The 4 death blows were only half a meter away from Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei's heart tightened slightly. Although he was not at the critical moment of breaking through, he was at the critical moment of breaking through. If he were to withdraw his mental energy at this moment, he would be completely exhausted. He would need at least a few days to recover his spiritual energy, and at that time, he would not be able to enter the secret world. No way! Long Fei's eyes suddenly opened wide. Taking note of the 4's faces, he shouted, "You want to kill me? You are still very young." Rainbow barrier. He immediately activated his shield, blocking the attacks of the 4 enemies. When he dug up the tomb of the true martial emperor and brought out the treasures, then he would settle the score. Boom! Buzz buzz! The 4 killing moves were all blocked by Long Fei. The 4 of them were shocked. What cultivation level were the 4 of them? They were only 1 level higher than the escalated blood stage, the qi refining stage. Even Yi Changfeng, who was at the elixir realm, could not break the rainbow shield, so how could they? It was simply impossible. His cultivation technique can't hold for much longer. Let's attack again. A man shouted loudly. The 4 people shot their weapons. The moment he landed, his body charged again and attacked. Indeed, the rainbow shield had a time limit. Even if there wasn't a time limit, Long Fei wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right now, his mental energy was simply too exhausted, so even if he had an even stronger power, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Unless he could break the formation. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei's breathing became heavier. Her face was pale. He can't hold on any longer. Ha ha ha. Kid, isn't it good to offend someone? You just have to offend the great clan elder. Even if you can withstand our attacks, I'm afraid you'll become a cripple in the future. If you lose your mind at such a critical juncture, you'll be considered lucky if you don't go berserk. Attack again! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. The moves of the 4 were especially fierce. The rainbow shield slowly weakened. It was already beginning to shake. It was as if his spirit energy had been completely drained. Long Fei's body started to be unable to take it. As his internal injuries twitched, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing this, the 4 of them simultaneously revealed a strong killing intent and became excited. You dog, hand over your life. Your head is worth 10 grade 4 spirit dawn. Do you know what a tier 4 spiritual pill is? Ha ha ha. It's your honor to die at the hands of our Xian, you 4 swords, ha ha. The 4 swords screamed as they swooped down at the same time and pierced towards Long Fei's head. Buzz. The 7-colored barrier shattered. Long Fei's heart was filled with anger. Fuck you. Really annoyed. The 8 generations of ancestors were all burning with rage. At this time, Long Fei did not care about breaking the array anymore, although he was only 1 step away from it. As long as he channeled his mental energy into the array eye, he could break through the illusion. However, he was annoyed. If they angered him, he would ignore everything else. Long Fei was a madman. He was a madman in this game. In this world where killing people did not break the law, he was the same. He was a madman. He withdrew his spiritual will. Their King selling out. I don't believe I can't kill you all. Long Fei cursed, this time. Arrogant god energy value had been cleared through missions. Killing people, killing monsters had already reached 100 points. He could release it now. The idea moved. He tightened his grip on the wild god's energy. When the four sword moves landed, Long Fei was furious. But, at that moment of life and death, before he could even release his arrogant god energy value, the formation I cyan stone, that was covered in green scales, suddenly released a powerful burst of energy, which sucked in all the energy that was in his mind, causing Long Fei's body to sink, as though his entire person was falling down from the sky. Crap! What's going on? Holy sh*t. He couldn't control it. His body continued to sink, completely out of Long Fei's control. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this situation, the four of them excitedly laughed out loud. A little trash from the escalated blood stage dares to be so arrogant in front of us Xian Yu Four Swords? You're courting death. Cut the crap. Kill him first. His head is worth 10 grade 4 elixirs. Ha ha ha. We've got the spiritual medicine. The four attacks fell. Long Fei wanted to retaliate, but he couldn't even control himself now. How could he do so? Devour my mind energy? Both sides are taking your life, right? All right. Then let's see who can take whose life. In that instant, Long Fei released the super strong power of the formation in his mind, and the power of his will also increased explosively. The idea stared at the limestone that was covered with green scales, and fiercely smashed it down. Heaven and earth formation. I am the holy source. Long Fei roared in his heart. Open! Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky as thunder rumbled. Powerful array power continued to spread out, and Long Fei's heart also trembled slightly. Such a strong array power, I can actually release such a strong array power myself? I have never cultivated array formations before. Could it be that I am a peerless genius? F***ck. Luckily I was transported to a foreign world, or else it would be such a waste for me to be here on Earth. Not waiting for him to finish. His expression was one of slight surprise. Gudong. He swallowed hard, his face pale and his eyes lifeless. It's over. Just a moment ago, he was still narcissistic about the fact that he was a peerless genius. However, this time, the green scaly rock didn't move at all. There wasn't even a crack. The core of the array formation was completely intact. This meant that the array formation hadn't been broken. After all, he had injected all of his power into the previous blow. Without breaking the formation, there would only be one consequence: to wait for death. What a tragedy! I'm going to have a tragedy. Long Fei's heart trembled a little. Who wouldn't be afraid of death? He watched as the 4 killing blows landed. On the other side, the green scale stone was still crazily devouring the power of his mental will. He couldn't deal with any of the two sides right now. F***ck. Am I going to die? So fast. I haven't had enough fun. Old teacher, bless me. I hope this is just a dream. The other world is too dangerous, and I can only tell you to go back to Earth. I swear that I will only do this to you in the future. Long Fei was incomparably bitter. How can a human transmigrate to another world? This must be a dream. I want to go back to Earth. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. Chapter 2276, Dark Unicorn. Chapter 2276, Dark Unicorn. No one was not afraid of death. Long Fei was no exception. Moreover, he was even more afraid of death than an average person. He only had one life, and if he died, he would have nothing. He hoped that this was just a dream. When he woke up from the dream, he was still that playboy from Earth. Although living was tough, but at least he was still alive. But now, with an explosive sound, Long Fei's vision went black, and he exclaimed in his heart, "It's over, this time we're dead for sure." It was also at this moment Long Fei disappeared in place. The Xian Yu Four Swords' killing moves all missed. The 4 of them were stunned. Looking left and right, there was no sign of Long Fei. What happened? Where is he? It was clearly here. Why did it suddenly disappear? This is too weird, isn't it? The four of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, as their auras did not reveal anything, and the secret world did not discover anything either. Long Fei was nowhere to be seen. Could it be they escaped? Impossible, this is the Xian Yu secret territory. There's no way we can escape. Where would that go? The leading man frowned and then finally said slightly, "This is the Xian Yu secret territory. He will not be able to escape no matter what, even if he uses some kind of cultivation technique to hide, there will still be times when he appears. We'll wait here. They only have 3 days, and once those 3 days arrive, he has to go out. If he doesn't go out by then, I guess." Another man said, "Senior brother, you don't need to estimate anymore, just tell the great clan elder that we gave that brat a kacha. He escaped, will he dare to come back? Not to mention us, the great elder will definitely not let him off. Furthermore, we will get 10 rank 4 spirit dawn first." Grade 4 spirit pellets were too enticing for them. The other two immediately echoed him. "Let's do it!" Leader was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, but we must keep an eye on Secret World for the next 3 days, and not let anyone off." And then there was Long Fei. After an unknown period of time, Long Fei opened his eyes and looked at everything before him. His heart skipped a beat. This place wasn't his dog den on Earth. It was just that all of this wasn't a dream. That's not right. Hades' palace isn't like that. Huh. Long Fei blanked out for a moment and started to doubt his own abilities. It's not like I've ever been to the Hall of the Underworld. How do I know this place isn't the Hall of the Underworld? After gently pinching himself and feeling the pain, Long Fei's heart finally relaxed a little. I should not be dead yet. Ha ha ha. I'm not dead yet, so I don't need to rush back to Earth. This world is so fierce, whatever I want. I have a wife now. Thinking about Eorong, his heart ached yet again. No matter what, I must ride you under my crotch. He had recovered some of his vitality. Long Fei stood up and started to look around the hall. It was grand and domineering. It was filled with an incomparable amount of power. This feeling was very powerful. Not only the Great Hall itself, but the imperceptible presence in the Great Hall was similar to that of a certain powerhouse. However, it's a little different. It was somewhat eerie. It was like the infernal realm with the power of the netherworld. Could it be that this is the tomb door? Holy sh*t. Isn't this too awesome? A tomb door that is arranged to look like a palace hall? Long Fei thought about the gigantic shrine in the secret world and felt relieved. It seems like I was attracted by this illusion array into this hall. I don't care. Anyway, I'm going in. I'm going to start digging. Long Fei became excited. He looked at a huge stone in the main hall. There were some strange characters carved on it. They looked like runes but also like some kind of imprint. Very special. Long Fei walked forward step by step, looked at the rock, then turned and looked at the palace. There is nothing special about the palace, the only thing that is special about it is this rock. It should be the mechanism. Dig. And then, Long Fei raised his sleeves, pulled out the sky sword and said faintly, "Big brother, I'm sorry." The sky sword moved. A sword came chopping down. At this moment, without waiting for the sky sword to fall, a heavy voice came out. "Who is it? You even disturbed my chambers." The voice was filled with immense power. Dense. It was vigorous and full of an incomparable domineering aura. A cold shiver went down one's spine. Long Fei did not move and thought, "Guards? F***ck. The 3 true martial emperors have already been dead for N years. It's impossible for them to still be guarding the tomb, right?" Huff, huff, huff. Walala. Walala. There was the sound of chains dragging the ground, as well as the sound of hot breathing. It was very rich and full of power. Long Fei was extremely careful as he slowly turned around and said softly, "About that, I passed by here just like soy sauce, there's nothing else." As he spoke, he turned around. At this moment, Long Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. In front of him, they were less than half a meter away from him. A pair of dark green eyes that were like the eyes of hell were glaring at him with cold light. Being stared at in such a manner caused his heart to feel a wave of fear. A chill went down his spine. A chill ran through his body. Furthermore, Long Fei could only see two huge eyes, but he wasn't able to see the entire body of the monster. Gudong! Long Fei's Adam's apple rolled, and the sky sword clenched its teeth. The arrogant god energy value would burst forth at any moment. No matter what. Long Fei would not just sit there and wait for death. Huff! Inhale! Huff! A gloomy and cold chi was exhaled, and spat on Long Fei's face. It was bone-piercing gloomy and cold, and both eyes were staring at him without moving, while sounds came from his throat. Soy sauce? What's soy sauce? Air. I'm just passing by. Just passing by. Just passing by. I'm really just passing by. Long Fei took half a step back. He gripped his right hand tighter and thought crazily, if I kill this guy, won't my experience go up in smoke? Crazy ideas. Are you kidding me? The monster was enraged, and it immediately retreated. Shwa! Streams of cold wind tore through the air. In the instant it retreated, Long Fei saw the monster's entire appearance, and was greatly shocked in his heart. Green-scaled Qilin? That's not right. It should be a dark unicorn, right? Holy sh**t. Long Fei didn't have time to think about what kind of Qilin this monster was before it rushed towards him like a madman. Foolish human, I'm going to eat you. Long Fei's mind was set, and the sky sword in his hands moved slightly. Eat me? I still want to eat you. His figure moved. Without waiting for the monsters to charge, Long Fei attacked first. This was a boss. Since it was a boss, he didn't want to be scared. A single word, and that was fuck. Chapter 277, This Sword, Formidable. Chapter 277, This Sword, Formidable. Everything in the world has a weakness. Humans and bosses were no exception. No matter how strong the boss was, it had weaknesses. As long as a weakness was found, it could be defeated. Long Fei, who was a professional gamer, knew this better. So, however, he didn't immediately use the Mad God's power. Instead, he wanted to test the strength of this monster. Phantom Sword Dance. Long Fei's speed in releasing the sword was extremely fast. Over 60 slashes in a second. The dark unicorn's eyes stared blankly for a moment, carrying disdain and mockery. Her body suddenly stopped as she opened her mouth and fiercely blew out a gust of netherworld wind. Walala! The sword technique was instantly disintegrated. He didn't even make a single move. Ah ha ha! A puny human dares to fight with me? You overestimate yourself! The voice was thick and carried an endless domineering aura as it rolled over Long Fei's sea of consciousness. Long Fei was swept away by the cold wind and smashed into the stone pillar. His blood was boiling under his chest, and he tried his best to hold it in as he looked at the proud dark unicorn, but he had to admit that this boss was powerful and so strong. To be able to destroy the Phantom Sword Dance with a single breath, he can't even unleash the final move. However, the stronger he is, the more powerful he will be. Again, Long Fei slightly moved. He released his Escalate Blood 2 stage to its peak, and his footsteps continuously changed. He used his previous lifestyle of playing in the game to quickly increase his pace. The dark unicorn's dark green eyes flashed with a cold light. With a sneer, it said, "Let's see what else you can do." It followed and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. Kill! The sky sword in Long Fei's hand moved. Each step shocked the air. Fairy from heaven. Shwa! In the sky, Long Fei swooped down like an immortal sword. Powerful sword intent swept out like a gale. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. An ear-piercing sword hum filled the entire hall, and the sword chi could be seen with the naked eye. The dark unicorn could not help but be slightly surprised. Sword intent aura, what an astonishing sword intent, but... The dark unicorn increased its speed. He was shuttling back and forth in the main hall like a green phantom. He shouted, "Dark technique, green shadow lightning. Break!" Boom! With an explosive sound, Long Fei's fairy from heaven fell heavily. The sword energies bombarded every corner of the great hall, but he did not hit the dark unicorn at that moment. The dark unicorn was even faster than his fairy from heaven. Regardless of speed, cultivation, or technique, they were all far above Long Fei. Their strength was on a completely different level. He missed. Long Fei's sky sword pushed itself off the ground, and after sweeping his gaze for a moment, he did not discover the shadow of any dark unicorn as he exclaimed in his heart, "This is bad." And then, without waiting for his figure to spring up, an enormous green figure landed, and two dark green eyes stared at him. F***CK. Long Fei cursed. The dark unicorn's eyes darkened and a mouthful of Netherism Inchi roared out. Boom! Long Fei's body was blown away, and the sky sword dropped out. Clang! When the sky sword landed on the ground, Long Fei frowned. My sword! Not waiting for him to finish, who was in midair, lost his balance and was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar. His back was in extreme pain. His body couldn't take it. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Humph! A voice came out from the depths of Dark Unicorn's throat. Are you saying you overestimate yourself? He looked at the sky sword on the ground, stepped on it, and exerted his strength. The strength of this kick was quite ferocious. A powerful shockwave was released from the ground. Long Fei's eyes tensed up. Damn it, you destroyed my sword, I want your life. Sky Sword had an extraordinary significance to him. This sword must have a secret. Moreover, this sword is very sharp. Just the aspect of luck is enough to reach the level of a holy artifact. However, Long Fei was not sure if the Sky Sword could withstand the stomp of the Dark Unicorn's foot. Bam! A wave of energy shot out. The Dark Unicorn snorted and said, "It's just a broken iron sword." It was extremely disdainful. The ground cracked, revealing a deep crater. Logically speaking, how fierce was the Dark Unicorn? Not to mention an iron sword, even a heaven-step divine weapon forged from black steel could be easily broken with a single step. However, the Sky Sword slightly bent, and felt like it weighed around 1,000 kilograms, dispersing all of the Dark Unicorn's strength without the slightest bit of damage. Not even a speck of rust fell. The Dark Unicorn's eyes turned sinister, her face filled with displeasure, and once again stomped down heavily. You dare to act arrogantly in front of me with a broken sword? Boom! It was the same, the Sky Sword was not damaged in the slightest. Long Fei was also dumbstruck, this sword. These two words, awesome! Let alone a broken sword, even if it was a holy artifact, he would still destroy it. He did not believe this evil. He was getting closer and closer to the Sky Sword. The crazed trampling. He crazily used the dark nether Chi to blow on it. However, no matter how it tried to destroy it, the Sky Sword would not budge. There was no damage at all. The Dark Unicorn seemed to be going berserk, and was extremely furious. What kind of existence was the Sky Sword? The third holy artifact in the ranks of the Universal Large World's divine weapons. It was also the only holy artifact on the divine weapon ranking list that was not under the control of the God's tribe. However, the material used to make it didn't change at all. The Dark Unicorn could not harm it at all. Hoo. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. The Dark Unicorn was furious beyond compare. Looking at the unharmed metal sword on the ground, it felt like smoke was coming out from its head. Long Fei leaned on the side and laughed, ha ha. How could my sword be so easily damaged? Then, the dark unicorn's eyes turned as she stared at Long Fei. Your sword is indeed not bad, but you did not miss. What about you? You're as tough as your broken sword. Huff! The dark unicorn turned and walked towards Long Fei. Long Fei's heart sank. What the F***K? What kind of ability is this? A sword that dares to fight against me? You can't even destroy my sword, and you still want to kill me? Long Fei said loudly, If you have the guts, then destroy my sword first. Long Fei's body shrank back slightly. He actually didn't have any power left in the main hall. The 2 attacks just now were all done with his life. Now, there was really nothing he could do. The dark unicorn said, I haven't eaten in a long time, I just so happened to eat you. As for your sword, if you die, wouldn't your sword be mine? Why would I destroy my own sword? F***CK. Can you at least show some face? Long Fei scolded. F***CK. He wasn't killed, and he wasn't sucked to death by the formation. Yet, he's going to be eaten by this beast now? How tragic is Laozi's life? Long Fei was unresigned in his heart. Seeing the dark unicorn getting closer and closer, he was giving it his all. Chapter 2278, Dark Blood. Chapter 2278, Dark Blood. No matter what, he had to face it head-on. It was just that. Strangely enough, the dark unicorn looked at the blood that Long Fei had vomited and suddenly stopped. The expression in his eyes changed. He stared at the blood on the ground without moving, as if he had discovered something inconceivable. Long Fei was also startled. What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? The dark unicorn did not reply. Both of its eyes were still fixated on the blood that was spitting out from Long Fei's mouth. Its expression was truly indescribable. Stunned? A wooden chicken? Stunned? Or was it shock? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't. Long Fei thought in his heart, and stared straight at the dark unicorn. What is this guy doing? 10 minutes passed. The dark unicorn did not move, its eyes did not even move, and continued to stare at the fresh blood on the ground. Half an hour passed. 1 disappeared. 2 hours passed. Long Fei was getting impatient. Did you fall asleep? Then, Long Fei slowly stood up and looked at the sky sword on the other side that had not transformed even after being ravaged for a long time. He wanted to go get his sword. At this moment, the dark unicorn suddenly moved. Long Fei's body shrunk, and he immediately stopped moving. However, the actions of the dark unicorn caused Long Fei to be a little dazed. Because this fellow used his nose to sniff the blood on the ground. Then, he dipped his claw into the blood and sucked until there was only a tiny bit left. Holy sh**t. What the hell? Long Fei's heart tensed up. Could it be that he has the attributes of a vampire? Wait! Long Fei looked at the dark unicorn and his expression changed. It was neither fierce nor excited, but instead, it was ecstatic, as if it was ecstatic to see its family members. He began to dance with joy. Just like an old lady doing a square dance, it swayed left and right, dancing about in all kinds of ugly postures. Long Fei felt a wave of disgust as he watched. Have you gone mad? Could it be that my blood contains the blood elements of mad cow disease? F***CK. I, your father, couldn't even afford beef in my previous life. How did you get mad cow disease? This guy is absolutely crazy. Long Fei did not care whether the dark unicorn was crazy or not. He quickly ran to the side and picked up the sky sword on the ground. The sky sword could even shatter a Fong Tiandao seal with a single strike. If it injected arrogant god energy value, it would definitely become even more powerful. This was Long Fei's last move. If even the energy of a madman wasn't enough, then he really wasn't. Hey! F*CKU, have you skipped enough? Long Fei growled. He really did not want to disturb the dark unicorn. The dark unicorn also stopped abruptly, her expression returning to normal as she stared at Long Fei curiously. Suddenly, a green blur moved. Schwa! Without giving Long Fei the slightest chance to react, she landed right behind him and sniffed at his back. Ho-hoo! Instantly, he jumped away again. Suddenly, he jumped up again. He moved left, right and didn't make any moves. Long Fei was a little scared. Are you done yet? The dark unicorn stopped and looked at Long Fei. Why is there nether blood in your body? What the hell? Long Fei was a little confused. The dark unicorn said, Dark blood, the blood flowing in your body is dark blood. No, you shouldn't say that. Your blood is very strange. Other than the scent of the nether blood, there is also a very strong blood veins aura, and this kind of blood veins aura seems to be trapped by some kind of seal. But your blood contains the blood of the underworld. This is definitely true. Speak. Are you someone from the Ming clan? Dark blood, a unique blood vein used by the people of Ming clan. Long Fei was a little confused. Dark blood Ming clan? What nonsense are you talking about? I am not from the Ming clan and I don't even know what the dark blood is. He really didn't know. His memories had yet to awaken. As for the rest of his memories from the gods' martial continent to the chaos realm and then to the world of the primordial god battle world, they had completely disappeared. He simply did not know that there had once been a Ming clan imprint on his body. Just like the dragon-shaped mark. This Ming clan imprint also followed Long Fei into the Zhen Wu continent. He did not awaken either. The dark unicorn itself was a Ming clan beast. His ability to sense the nether blood was extremely strong. Even though Long Fei's blood contained a small amount of nether blood, it was not able to escape his senses. Furthermore, the dark unicorn did not say it all. The nether blood within Long Fei's body was very unique. It was something that only the super powerhouse possessed, or a high-rank mark of the Ming clan. The dark unicorn stared at Long Fei and said, You don't know? You can't not know. Your blood contains an incomparable amount of power. I have never seen such a powerful blood vein. Forget about humans, even the supreme descendant of God's tribe do not have such a strong power. How could you not know? The dark unicorn said in her heart. Every kind of blood vein all have their own characteristics, and it is impossible to fuse them with the second type of blood vein, unless they exchange blood. But why is it that a person in the escalate blood 2-stage realm can't endure the pain of a blood exchange? His blood clearly contains the power of the dark blood. Or should I say? The dark unicorn stared at Long Fei and its heart sank. He is someone that the elders of Ming clan have chosen to fight, and he has the Ming clan's imprint on him. Ming clan's mark. The dark unicorn glared straight at Long Fei. Those eyes. Like a gay man. Long Fei felt his hair stand on end as he backed off slightly and said, I'm not gay, and I don't know how to be gay with wild beasts. You better stay away from me. No matter how the dark unicorn looked at it, he just couldn't see through it. It was also hard to tell if Long Fei had the Ming clan's mark on him. However, one thing he could be sure of was that the youth in front of him was definitely related to the Ming clan. The dark unicorn's gaze retracted and said lightly, What are you doing here? Huh. It happened a little too quickly, so Long Fei did not hesitate and directly said, Digging a grave? No, I was sucked into the formation, not thinking about it myself. The dark unicorn behind her acted as if it did not hear anything. Digging graves? You know there's a grave here? The dark unicorn's gaze tensed up. Long Fei replied, I don't know, I was just spouting nonsense. This fellow was obviously guarding the tombstone. To say that he was digging a grave right in front of him, this was simply not giving him face. Long Fei quickly denied it. However, the dark unicorn, asked with interest, Then do you know whose grave this is? Seeing him ask that, Long Fei also replied, Heaven Lake Holy Maiden? Heaven Lake Holy Maiden? What is she? The dark unicorn disdained. Long Fei then asked, Devil Sect Emperor King Yanhua? The dark unicorn disdainfully said again, Never heard of it. Long Fei said, Could it be the tomb of the true martial immortal Su Wufu? Didn't you say that he ascended? It can't be buried here? Is it going to be buried in the sect of Infinitas? The dark unicorn disdainfully said, These are all unknown disciples that you have never heard of. Do you know who was buried here? Chapter 2279 Ming Clan's First War God. Chapter 2279 Ming Clan's First War God. The three great emperor of Zhenwu, the true martial war martial immortal Su Wufu, the Heaven Lake Holy Maiden Zhu Xian, and the magic tribe Emperor Huiyan, they were all the world's top powerhouse, to be admired for generations to come, and the three strongest people who had ever appeared in the Zhenwu continent. The result of the 16 words Yin Yang Wind Water secret art was that of the true martial emperor. Since he was the true martial emperor, then he should be the tomb of one of the three true martial emperors. Could it be that there are other true martial emperors in the Zhenwu continent? However, why didn't anyone know? Long Fei asked, I don't know. The dark unicorn was silent for a moment, then said, I don't mind telling you, since you can't come in anyway. The dark unicorn's expression changed slightly, and revealed an extremely respectful expression. Netherworm, Ming Clan's #1 war god. His voice was very strong. It carried the tone of incomparable adoration. His entire body was brimming with power. The moment he said that name, the dark unicorn felt extremely proud. It was a feeling of superiority that came naturally to him, as if becoming the guard of the Netherworm was his supreme honor. However, Long Fei suddenly said, Never heard of it. It was like a bucket of ice water being poured over the dark unicorn's head. The dark unicorn was instantly enraged, its eyes exploded as it stared at Long Fei and bellowed, How could a lowly person like you have heard of Lord Ming Long? Do you know what is a Ming clan? Do you know what is Ming Clan's #1 war god? Fury. It was as if he wanted to fight with someone. This was also out of worship. Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't know, but this has nothing to do with me. Dark Unicorn's eyes were about to pop out, staring at Long Fei. If looks could kill, Long Fei would not even have bones left. Humph. I really don't know which elder chose you, to actually leave a Ming clan imprint on your body. The dark unicorn began to mutter, expressing its dissatisfaction. He was now certain that the blood inside Long Fei's body was the Ming clan's mark. Ming clan seals were divided into many different types. With his strength, he was unable to see the imprint on Long Fei's body. This meant that the Ming clan's imprint on Long Fei's body was of a very high level, surpassing the limits of his power. Thus, it also showed that Long Fei's identity was not ordinary. Long Fei said, What did you say? I have the Ming clan's mark on me? Dark Unicorn rolled her eyes at Long Fei and said, You don't know about it yourself. Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't know. The Dark Unicorn disdainfully replied, What a waste. The elder who imprinted your imprint on you must be blind. How could he imprint his imprint on a human like that? F***ck. Long Fei was annoyed. What do you mean by that, monster? So what if it is printed on your father's body? Damn it, Lousy doesn't care at all. On the surface, Long Fei looked normal, but he was feeling suspicious in his heart. He could not understand the Dark Unicorn's words. He was just a playboy on Earth. It had only been a little more than a month since he transmigrated. How did he manage to get such a powerful and mysterious blood vein in his body? Why is there some kind of Ming clan imprint? And all of them were occupied by the seal? Why is that? Could it be that I still have memories that I haven't awakened? Or should I say, is that the reason for the owner of this body? Or, the scene that appeared in my mind last time? Long Fei remembered the scene when he was born in his previous life. It was another alien creature. It was another kind of super powerhouse that couldn't be described with words. What was all this about? What other secrets are hidden in my body? Long Fei asked himself, what's going on with the system? Or could it be that I myself have experienced something, but my memories have been blocked by the seal, so I am unable to recall it? Long Fei was feeling a little depressed. Seeing Long Fei secretly frown and look as if he was deep in thought, the dark unicorn slightly said, "Originally, you were going to die here, but you actually have the Ming clan's mark in your body. Ming clan never kills each other. You can go." According to his usual practice, Long Fei was already dead. Ming Xue's appearance shocked him, but he still hadn't figured out the Ming clan's mark on Long Fei's body, and he didn't know his identity. There were a lot of things that did not need to be said. Long Fei recovered from his thoughts and said, "Go? No way. I haven't even started digging the grave. I'm here to dig the grave, so how can I leave?" Long Fei made up his mind. Ming Long, Ming clan's #1 war god. Even if it isn't recorded in history, he should still be a Emperor Zhen Wu's realm. The system definitely won't make a mistake. How can I give up on such a tomb? The dark unicorn said coldly. I advise you to leave quickly and dig graves? Dig into Lord Ming Long's grave? Ha ha! Let alone you, even if the 3 scum of the true martial emperor comes, it will still be useless. Hurry up and leave. Long Fei did not give up, and said, Since you're already here, how do you know if you can't dig? Right? He would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. Even when he reached the Yellow River, Long Fei would not give up. If the dark unicorn's words were so powerful, then the guy buried here must be amazing. How could he not dig? Furthermore, now that the dark unicorn had decided not to kill him, there was nothing more to worry about. The dark unicorn stared at him and bellowed, Don't be too presumptuous. Although Ming clan does not kill each other, I can cripple you, do you believe me? The netherworm was the person he worshipped the most. How could he let anyone disturb the place where he was buried? Long Fei laughed dryly and said, I do, of course I do, but have you thought about what if it isn't the necropolis tomb? You have been guarding it for so many years, what if you made a mistake? The dark unicorn roared in anger, Impossible! Long Fei said. Then let me ask you, did you personally see him buried here? The dark unicorn shook her head and said, After Lord Ming Long died in battle, the news was always kept a secret and no one knew about it. I only found out about it after 100 years and came here to guard it. Long Fei replied, If it isn't your Lord Ming Long, then are you guarding the wrong grave? It's a small matter to guard the wrong grave, but you made the wrong decision with the Lord Ming Long. That is a huge matter. Beasts were beasts after all. No matter how good one's brain was, it would sometimes be unable to turn around. Not to mention meeting Long Fei, All-Mouthy King. The great battle had been going on for far too long that he almost forgot about it. The dark unicorn said, Even if I tell you to dig, you won't be able to enter. With the boundary set up here, no one will be able to get in. Long Fei grinned, Try it, then you will know. While they were talking, Long Fei walked to the large stone in the great hall that was covered in runes and thought to himself, There's actually nether blood in my blood, then this stone. Finished. Biting his finger, he waved his hand. Fresh blood splattered onto the huge rock. The runes on the rock continued to circulate, and a strange scene occurred. Chapter 2280 Secret World Crash. Chapter 2280 Secret World Crash. In his previous life, he had read a lot of web novels. So many holy artifact arrays and other weird things could be solved with the blood of the main character. The hall was filled with runes. How could Long Fei understand these stones? He didn't even recognize a single character, needless to say, understand it. However, why did he spill his own blood on it? Because This was what was written in all of the novels. As a veteran fan of novels from his previous world, he was very clear on the ways of the foreign world. Furthermore, the Dark Unicorn had just mentioned that his blood contained Ming Clan S. Since this was this tomb, it was very simple. Not a drop? Then, one more drop. However, when Long Fei's fresh blood was sprinkled onto the stone, the runes on it started to twist. It slowly gathered and arranged itself into a gossipy state. The entire hall was trembling slightly. The Dark Unicorn was stunned, it stared at the rock in shock, its face was filled with disbelief, and its heart became even more shocked. Impossible, this is impossible. This huge boulder contains the power of a powerful Ming clan. Forget about a kid with a escalate blood 2 stage. Even if it's my cultivation, I am unable to open my blood. How did he do it? Could it be? Is the dark blood in his body stronger than I imagined? The seal left by the Ming clan elder, could it be that this elder is one of the 9 great elders of the Ming clan? The Dark Unicorn's heart started to tremble. What kind of existence was the 9 great elders of the Ming clan? An existence that he had to look up to. The Long Fei in front of him was the inheritor of the 9 great elders? The way the Dark Unicorn looked at Long Fei quietly changed. Actually, the Ming clan imprint on Long Fei's left arm was indeed of an extremely high level, and the power of the blood of the underworld within his body was extremely strong as well. This was not the reason for opening the abyssal stone. Just like the Dark Unicorn had said, even if he had the blood veins power, he would not be able to open it. The reason why Long Fei was able to do that was because of the other kind of power in his body. The power of the ancient inheritance. It could also be called dragon blood. However, all of these were things that Long Fei did not know of. The gigantic dragon once said that his dragon blood could activate any kind of mechanism. The memories did not awaken, so Long Fei did not know about any of this. As he watched the abyssal rock distort and reveal the 8 trigrams door, he felt incomparably excited in his heart. Damn, those novels from my previous life really were not read for nothing. They finally came in handy. Ha ha ha! I'm such a genius! He had a completely silly look on his face. Long Fei took a step forward, looked at the 8 trigrams gate, and faintly said, "Are you going in or not?" The Dark Unicorn hesitated and said, "Enter." He did not know how many years he had guarded this grave, but after Long Fei had said a few words, he had wavered. He wanted to know whether the person buried here was Lord Ming Long or not. He also wanted to know how far away Long Fei could go. If this was really the necropolis grave, then he would definitely not let Long Fei move the coffin. Long Fei's mouth curved upwards, suppressing the excitement in his heart. I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be rich. The tomb of Ming Clan's #1 war god. Isn't that a mountain of gold and silver? There are all kinds of godly pills and godly weapons here, right? Ha ha ha! Long Fei was ecstatic as he stepped into the underworld. The Dark Unicorn followed. At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder continuously resounded within the Xian Yu secret territory, producing a violent and unstable sound. The natural true essence within the secret world started to become chaotic, sometimes dense, sometimes thin, and sometimes bringing along a powerful antiphasic force. It was like he had become a speck of chaotic space. What happened? What's wrong? Even the heavens and the earth are trembling. Just what exactly is happening? All of you, quickly look. That great hall seems to be trembling. Is it about to collapse? All the disciples in the plaza woke up swiftly. Several management elders quickly said, "Everyone, leave quickly. Don't panic. Follow the order and leave." The secret world was in an uproar, let alone these low-level warriors. Even these elders could not resist against it. If the secret world were to collapse, then everything inside would be engulfed and completely disappear. This kind of thing had also happened in the Zhenwu continent before. Immediately, over 100 disciples hurriedly approached the exit. "Where's boss? Big sister, where's boss? Boss!" Thin Monkey and the big-size man looked around. Xiao Dai also shouted loudly, "Along, along." It was just that the secret world's disturbance was too severe, it was chaotic, their voices were quickly covered, and were unable to spread out. "Big sister, let's go out first. Perhaps Big Brother is already outside." Thin Monkey Xiao Dai. The big guy also followed. "Big sister, let's go quickly, the secret world might collapse soon." Xiao Dai did not care. He continued to rush in, looking everywhere, but he did not find Long Fei. "Get out! Faster! Did the three of you hear that? Hurry up and leave!" An elder shouted. They were the only three who had yet to leave the Xian Yu secret territory. The big guy said, "The boss definitely went out. Let's go quickly." Xiao Dai roared loudly, "Along!" There was no response. The elder yelled again, "Bring her out!" Thin Monkey and the big-size man pulled Xiao Dai's arm and quickly rushed out of secret world. Buzz! The door of the secret world closed. At this moment, Xiao Dai started searching all around the plaza, along. The big-size man and the Thin Monkey were also shouting loudly, "Boss, boss!" Long Fei was nowhere to be seen. The Xianyu Four Swords was also looking for Long Fei's figure. They were the first batch of people who came out, guarding the entrance of the secret world, but did not find Long Fei's figure. The four of them looked at each other and revealed a proud smile. The main entrance of the secret world had already closed, and Long Fei still had not come out, so there was only one conclusion. Die in there. At this moment, Eorong rode on her black scale carving and quickly rushed over. When she was at her residence, she felt the vibrations coming from the Xian Yu secret territory, which was extremely intense. Great clan elder Yi Changfeng, Yu Wanshan, Wu Yi and a few other clan elders had also rushed over. What happened? Eorong frowned. Xian Yu's secret territory was the root of all this. He was relying on this secret world to keep him going. If it was destroyed, life in the Xian Yu sect would not be so good. An elder quickly reported. Reporting to young sect master, "The secret world is in turmoil. His true essence is in chaos. I'm afraid it is the sign of it collapsing, so I let all the disciples out." Eorong's heart sank. The collapse of secret world? Father once said, "The Xian Yu secret territory is unbreakable and it is absolutely impossible for there to be a secret world collapse." Xiao Dai ran over. "Sister E Along is still inside. He hasn't come out yet, quickly save him." Eorong's face changed, and immediately shouted, "Open secret world." Yi Changfeng shouted at the same time, "No!" Chapter 2281 Forcing. Chapter 2281 Forcing secret world's collapse was like a black hole devouring everything. Every secret world was a small independent spatial space, and it was also supported by some sort of power to maintain the flow of space. Once he lost his balance, this secret world would suffer a strong backlash. Extrusion, distortion, finally, it would rupture, or it would be engulfed and disappear forever, and everything within the secret world would disappear without a trace. Even the powerhouse of a true martial emperor would probably not be able to bear such a devouring. If the Xian Yu secret territory was really going to collapse, everything inside would disappear, even humans. Eorong did not think too much and immediately let the elder open the secret world. However, Yi Changfeng stopped him. When he landed, he knew from the Xian Yu Four Swords' eyes that Long Fei would either die in the Xian Yu secret territory or be severely injured and stay there. At this time, no matter what, they could not let Eorong in. Because he wanted Long Fei to die. Eorong's eyes sank and stared at Yi Changfeng. "Are you the young sect master, or am I the young sect master? Open the secret world's door." She was worried too. It was not only because he was Long Fei, but also because Long Fei was a disciple of the Xianyu sect. Yi Changfeng said, "Yu Rong, the Xianyu secret territory is about to collapse. Go in. What if something happens? Who will carry the banner of the Xianyu sect?" Yorong stared blankly for a moment. She did not expect Yi Changfeng to say this. Worried about her? Yorong wholeheartedly wanted Long Fei to die. At a time like this, he definitely would not let anyone save him. However, these words were not easy to refute. Yuanshan said, "Elder Yi is right, it's too dangerous for Secret World to collapse, let's wait for Secret World to stabilize before we do so." Wu Yi also said, "Young sect master, think twice." They were truly worried for Yi Yorong. If something were to happen to her, then Xianyu sect would probably not even need a month to go through a lot of internal strife or be directly controlled by Yi Changfeng. Xiao Dai said anxiously, "Sister Yi, right now the secret world has not collapsed yet, Along is definitely trapped inside, if we save him now, it should be too late." Not waiting for him to finish, Yi Changfeng heavily snorted, "What do you know, little girl? Is that kid's life more important or the young sect master's life more important?" "Exactly. Isn't he just trash of the Escalate Blood 2 stage? So what if he's dead? What's the pity? This kind of trash, I can beat 5 of his with a single hand." Xianyu Four Swords began to despise him. Yorong looked at the entrance of the secret world and said, "Open up." Yi Changfeng trembled slightly, her voice raised as she said, "Yorong, you can't act recklessly, maybe that brat is already dead." Yorong did not speak further, and spoke in a heavy tone once more, "Open up." Yi Changfeng's eyes turned sinister as he said angrily, "You are not thinking for yourself, but for the Xianyu sect. Is that brat's life really that important?" Yorong turned and stared at Yi Changfeng, and said in a heavy tone, "Yes." Yi Changfeng's expression darkened and said, "Okay, you can go if you want, but shouldn't you give us an order before you go in?" The surrounding people were all secretly shocked. Yuanshan said anxiously, "Elder Yi, you're being too serious." Yi Changfeng said, "If you insist on doing what you want to do, then go in, but from today onwards, you are no longer fit to be the young sect master of the Xianyu sect. A young sect head who does not care about the sect, he is not worthy to be our young sect head." Yi Changfeng said heavily. In his heart, Yorong had always been very smart and calm, never acting rashly in any situation. Perfect. He could use this opportunity to force the palace. Once she gave up her position as young sect master, he would be able to take the position. Yorong's face did not change. He glanced at Yi Changfeng, and then turned and said, "Open the door." The voice was very heavy. The clan elder did not dare to disobey, and immediately opened the door of Secret World. Boom! 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 The chaotic flow of air rushed out, and in an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere. All sorts of chaotic true essence rushed out, and several disciples were quickly blown away. More and more powerful. Seeing this, Yuanshan immediately said, "Yu Rong, don't go in. The secret world is about to collapse. Even if you enter, you will die inside." Xiao Dai panicked, she did not know how to choose. Yorong was very calm. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped into the secret world. Buzz! His figure was devoured by the chaotic streams of primeval essence, and quickly disappeared. Yi Changfeng said solemnly, "Close secret world." Yuanshan's expression changed and said, "That won't do, young sect master just entered and will close it now." "Elder Yi, could it be that you want young sect master to die inside?" "Humph! Young sect master?" Yi Changfeng sneered. "Is she worthy? Someone who only cares about himself and not the sect, is she qualified to be this young sect master?" At this time, several elders jumped out and said, "She doesn't have the qualifications." Yes. For a trash of the Escalate Blood 2 stage, she does not care about the safety of the sect. She is not worthy of being the young sect master. From what I see, it can't be that the kid is her little lover, right? So risky to save him? Has she forgotten her identity? She is the princess consort, and even before getting married, she already has a little lover. Where is our Xian Yu sect going to put our face? This is too embarrassing. All of a sudden, Eorong became the target of public criticism. With Yi Changfeng in the lead, the group of elders fiercely attacked, and all sorts of unpleasant words came out. Yuan Shan and the rest were so angry that their faces turned red. A pleased smile appeared on Yi Changfeng's face as he said, "Elder Yu, I admire your grace. Although she is still young and has a high cultivation, she is not suitable to be the young sect master of the Xian Yu sect. She is still too young. For example, she's too young. Moreover, as you have seen, the secret world's true essence is chaotic, and the people outside could not even withstand it, much less those inside. Since she insists on not realizing her mistake, then we should let her know the price for her stubbornness." Yuanshan said, "Elder Yi, no matter what, she is still the sect master's daughter. Just as she entered, she wanted to close Secret World, so she died without a doubt." Yi Changfeng's expression sank and said, "If the Secret World is not closed, once it breaks, the entire Xian Yu sect will be in trouble. Yuanshan, I'll ask you this. If something happens to the Xian Yu sect, can you afford to take responsibility?" Yuanshan said, "The collapse of the Secret World is just a matter of the Secret World being devoured, it won't affect this side." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yi Changfeng said in an overbearing tone, "I'm asking you, do you dare to guarantee it? Do you want to bet the lives of thousands of people in the Xian Yu sect?" The collapse of Secret World was not a small matter. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yuanshan was speechless. Elder Yi slightly said, 2 hours, if Yorong does not come out, then close the Secret World's entrance, and no one is allowed to open it. If the Secret World is about to collapse within this hour, close it immediately. Where is the disciples of the elite hall? The Xian Yu Four Swords immediately shouted and stood out. Yi Changfeng said, "Guard the entrance of Secret World. Close it immediately when the time is right." "Yes, sir." Chapter 2282 Billions of Years of Zombies. Chapter 2282 Billions of Years of Zombies. This was pushing a person to death. Yi Changfeng never thought that Eorong would be so irrational. To think that a disciple who had just entered the sect would enter Secret World, whose true essence was in such a mess, this was undoubtedly courting death. He had taken care of Long Fei, and had also taken care of Eorong who was going against him. In his eyes this was a double kill. Yi Changfeng was secretly happy. Eorong. He he. Xian Yu sect, he he. Yi Changfeng laughed complacently in his heart. Inside the Secret World, Eorong was flying atop the black scale carving, surrounded by the howling wind. His primeval essence was like a blade, blowing on her body was extremely painful, but she did not care about these things. Actually, she herself did not know why she insisted on entering the Secret World. She was very clear in her heart that the chances of Long Fei surviving this kind of situation was very slim, but she still resolutely entered inside. Eorong, oh Eorong, are you stupid? Is it worth it for that kid? Eorong asked himself. She had always been calm, even in the face of the super powerhouse Zhao Wuji, it was the same. But today she was extremely abnormal, and her heart was filled with worry for Long Fei. "Wow!" The black scale carving cried out, "Master, the flow of primeval essence is too strong, this secret world is out of balance, it won't be long before it breaks. We've already flown in a circle, and there's no sign of that boy. He might have already been swallowed by the turbulent flows." The black scale carving said anxiously. Secret World's collapse was too dangerous. It was about to collapse. Eorong frowned. Who is destroying this secret world? The black scale carving said. Now is not the time to think about this. We should leave quickly, otherwise we will all die inside. Eorong was not calm again as he said, No, let's go around once more. He did not go out and is definitely inside. With his tenacious mental strength, he will definitely not die so easily. She believed that Long Fei was still alive. The black scale carving's steel wings turned slightly, and once again flew and circled around. Eorong pondered. Father said before, there's no way this secret world would collapse. Unless… Suddenly, Eorong raised his gaze, looked at the crumbling great hall in the distance, and his eyes flashed a trace of bright light, as he quickly shouted. Little Black, you go out first. If I don't go out, you can leave Xian Yu Sec. Finished. Eorong moved his sword and flew forward. The black scale carving also lost its balance under the impact of her powerful force, as its huge body flew towards the exit. Master! With regards to the Xian Yu secret territory, not many people knew what kind of existence it was. However, Ilu Xian was the only one who understood clearly. Just that, he did not explain it to Eorong clearly. He only told her that this secret world would not collapse, and that once it did, there would be a problem in the hall. What was hidden in the hall? Eorong had never been inside before, so with her cultivation, she could only enter the hall and not the steps. However, now that the secret world was out of balance and his true essence was in disarray, there were not that many restrictions. Flew into the hall after passing through the turbulence. This place. As Eorong looked at everything in the great hall, her brows immediately furrowed, because all of this was extremely familiar to her, as if it was something from the Ming clan. When she saw the 8 trigrams and runes gate on the dark stone in the main hall, her heart trembled. Dark stone. Here. Could it be the tomb of a certain powerhouse? The abyss rock could only appear in this tomb. Eorong looked at the runes on the dark stone. She was the same as Long Fei. She couldn't understand any of them either. Who opened the abyssal stone? Could it be? Is it him? Long Fei's figure appeared in Eorong's mind. He's also a member of the Ming clan? Impossible. Elder Ming said that the Ming clan is currently incredibly weak, and that there are very few people left alive in the Ming clan. How could he possibly be from the Ming clan? Eorong was suspicious. Long Fei didn't have any characteristics of a Ming clan. Otherwise, she would have seen through it long ago. Even if she didn't see it, Elder Ming should have been able to see it. Boom, boom. At this time, the 8 trigrams gate on the abyssal rock constantly emitted blood-red light. Streaks of scarlet light shot out in all directions, and the sound of impact could be heard from within. Holy sh*t. This guy is too fierce. Go! Aren't you a dark unicorn? Let's go. Hurry up and go up. Long Fei retreated a few steps back as blood spurted out from the wounds on his body. On the other side, the dark unicorn was also in a bit of a sorry state. Several green scales had fallen off its body, its eyes had a cold light, its anger burst forth. At the other end, it was a large dumpling that had green fur all over its body and a golden glow beneath the green fur. Zombie. This fellow was no ordinary zombie. There were no weaknesses in his entire body. In addition, his cultivation technique was sharp and his cultivation was ridiculously strong. It could be said that he had completely crushed them. What kind of zombie was this? The green hair wore a golden body. Furthermore, how old is this tomb? Judging from the battle between God's tribe and him last time, this zombie should be at least 1 trillion years old. 1 trillion-year-old zombie? The heck? What the heck? The dark unicorn roared, its body sank, and suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, Long Fei's eyes were locked tight, not letting go of even a single detail. Boom! The two monsters collided against each other. Golden and azure light shot out in all directions. The zombie only took half a step back to block the dark unicorn. Its green eyes flashed with a golden light. Long Fei's pupils shook, and he immediately said, "Qilin, quickly retreat." The dark unicorn also reacted, but time slowed down by half a minute. The green hair on its entire body seemed to have a life of its own as it crazily entangled the dark unicorn, trapping the huge dark unicorn within a few seconds. Roar! Roar! The dark unicorn released waves of roars, which became lower and lower. The green-haired, golden-bodied zombie seemed to be devouring the profound chi of the dark unicorn. F***CK. What kind of Qilin is this? I despise you. Long Fei saw that the dark unicorn was being tied up and was feeling very unsatisfied. Wasn't the Qilin's water a little too much? While he was speaking, the green-haired golden-body zombie raised its eyes and fiercely stared at Long Fei. Buzz! A powerful pressure came crushing down. Long Fei's body instantly became immobilized. His entire body felt as though it was bound. It was extremely uncomfortable. Pressure. King hate coercion the most. Long Fei clenched his teeth. The sky sword roared with his hand, and slashed wildly with his sword just in time to extinguish the pressure of the green-haired golden-body zombie. However, at this moment, the green-haired golden-bodied zombie suddenly disappeared. The cold was pressing. Long Fei raised his gaze. Damn. The zombie landed right on top of his head. Bastard, you're courting death. A shout. Eorong's figure was like a phantom, quickly blocking in front of Long Fei. Long Fei was startled, then immediately became excited while looking at Eorong. Ha ha. My wife saved me. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2283, Mad God's Energy, Activate. Chapter 2283, Mad God's Energy, Activate. Long Fei did not expect Eorong to actually appear at such a time. This woman was very strong. His first impression was that he was strong. Seeing her blocking the way, Long Fei was moved in his heart and said, "At least you have a conscience." Eorong said with an ice-cold expression, "Enough of your rubbish, hurry up and leave." She looked nervous. This was because the aura emitted by this golden-green zombie was just too terrifying. She wasn't sure if she could block it or not. Plus the injuries on her body. Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, "Leave? I want to too, but look at the exit." At the exit, a faint green glow surrounded the area. It was like a door of time. This door of time could only be entered from the outside, but it could not be exited. According to Long Fei's understanding, unless he could kill this green-haired zombie, they would never be able to exit through this door. Eorong's brows tightened. How did you get in? There's more. What's that? Eorong looked at the dark unicorn that was wrapped by the zombie's green fur. He had never seen this kind of demon beast before. Long Fei said with a look of disdain, "He's just a scum. What dark unicorn? If you can't even deal with a zombie, then what about a Qilin? Your sister's Qilin, even its face has been completely thrown away by you. What kind of existence was a Qilin? The divine beast. However, you can't even deal with a zombie? This is called a Qilin? Or was it the Ming clan's dark unicorn?" Long Fei looked down on the dark unicorn from the bottom of his heart. However, although the dark unicorn was entangled by the green-haired zombie, he was not injured. The zombie tried to suck out his blood, but the green scales on his body were extremely tough, so the green-haired zombie could do nothing to stop him. "Kirin?" Eorong frowned. "Why would there be a Qilin here?" Roar! The green-haired zombie released a roar, and a gold light shot out from the green hair. Long Fei immediately said, "He's angry, angry. Wife, hurry up. Kill it." Long Fei was unable to hold on. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and could not find this fellow's weakness. With Eorong here, she would naturally go up first. Eorong rolled his eyes at Long Fei and said, "Who's your wife?" If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. F***CK. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Didn't you say that you would be my woman if I win the match? If you aren't my wife, then what are you? Long Fei said. Eorong's eyes locked onto the hair-crazy green-haired zombie and said, Did I say that? How come I don't remember? Who can testify for you? If no one has testified, then it would be you slandering the young sect master. Do you know what the crime is? Cut the tongue. Long Fei immediately scolded. Fuck, I knew it. You can't trust a woman's words. It's better to believe a woman's words than to believe that there's a ghost in this world. Long Fei felt that he had been tricked. He felt displeased. How would he know that Eorong had used him to gamble and win against Yi Changfeng, but now he was admitting defeat. You stay aside. Eorong was too lazy to waste time with him. With a move of her body, her figure transformed, the true essence on her body released out, a burst of powerful strength striking over. In that instant, Eorong clenched his right hand tightly. Buzz buzz. The Xian Yu underworld wheel appeared in his hands. 2.5 months. The nether wheel released a dense, profound energy. This was the treasure of the Xian Yu sect. It could be said to be Xian Yu sect's #1 treasure. Heaven-ranked grade 9 divine weapon. When the Xian Yu underworld wheel appeared in Eorong's hands, her entire body became elegant and graceful. With a set of light blue clothes, she looked just like the skin of Eorong's Frost Origins hands. Beautiful and moving. Especially that chest. Very fierce. Long Fei looked at her in a daze. This woman is really pretty, I must get her. I finally crossed over to this place, what do I want to do? Of course it's the most beautiful woman to sleep with, stepping on the strongest enemy. His thoughts were very ordinary. He was also an ordinary person, and what he thought was also the thoughts of ordinary people. A beautiful woman. With more than money. To step on the strongest opponent. What he wanted was to be invincible under the heavens. Eorong rushed forward, the Xian Yu underworld wheel in his hands releasing an explosive buzzing sound, and a crescent moon-shaped blade that could be seen with the naked eye shot towards the golden-haired zombie from all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk it crazily slashed down. Long Fei's eyes were tightly shut as he focused on every single detail. Everything in the world has a weakness, even if this guy is extremely powerful, he definitely has a weakness. Roar! The zombie let out a furious roar, and the sound wave immediately shattered the energy released from the Xian Yu underworld wheel. Long Fei immediately shouted, Attack his eyes! Kirin! You stall him and slow him down. Eorong did not think too much about it. The Xian Yu underworld wheel moved. In an instant it turned into a nether wheel bow. He pulled with 2 fingers. A streak of profound nether energy, the color of Xuana Bai's body, formed into an arrow. An arrow pierced through the air and shot out, locking on to the eyes of the green-haired zombie. Long Fei was shocked. Damn, this Xian Yu underworld wheel is really powerful, it can actually be used as a bow and arrow. Kirin! Hold him, don't let him move. Long Fei said loudly. The dark unicorn did the same. The powerful netherworld Adumbra flower burst forth and shook the green-furred golden-bodied zombie. Bam! The arrow fell down, accurately hitting the zombie's eye, but at that moment, the green-haired zombie's eyes emitted a golden light. The Netherism arrow shattered into pieces. A string of red letters appeared above his head. Mitts! No way! Long Fei immediately said. This guy's defense is too strong, we must first break its golden body. After trying a few times, as long as the green-haired zombie released a golden light, no matter how strong the energy was, it would be blocked. A powerful cultivation technique? Long Fei didn't know. However, if the golden body could not be broken, he would not die. Eorong said solemnly, How do I break it? Long Fei also frowned, How do I break it? Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. The dark unicorn let out a roar, its entire body was wrapped up by the green hair. If this dragged on, it would really not be able to hold on. Eorong attacked once again. No matter how sharp her attack was, it was useless. With a flash of golden light, his defense was able to defy the heavens. Moreover, Eorong was pushed back, his face turning pale white. Long Fei kept on thinking of a way in his mind, and then he asked, "Dark Unicorn, do you trust me?" "Dark Unicorn, at this time, what else do we have to believe? You and I are both people of the Ming clan, so I will naturally believe you." Eorong looked at Long Fei and his heart trembled. "He's someone from the Ming clan?" Long Fei said, "All right, give me your body." And then, Long Fei looked at the dazed Eorong and said, "Protect my body well." Buzz. Possession parasitism, open. When Long Fei's idea entered the dark unicorn's body, at this time, Long Fei shouted loudly in his heart, "Arrogant God energy value, activate." Chapter 2284. This thing is a bit awesome. Chapter 2284. This thing is a bit awesome. Whether it was a divine armor or a powerful cultivation technique, there was nothing in this world that could not be broken. Long Fei couldn't think of a way either, so all of them decided to stake everything on this one bet. He himself did not know what the result would be. All in all, fuck. However, strangely, when Long Fei's idea entered the dark unicorn's sea of consciousness, it did not encounter any obstructions, as if it had a perfect compatibility with it. Instantly, he controlled the dark unicorn's body. Long Fei was startled. "What's going on?" The dark unicorn was also stunned. "What are you trying to do?" He himself was shocked as well. His body was being controlled in an instant. This was something that had never happened before. Long Fei said, "Destroy him. Wild God energy, activate." The energy values, which had accumulated a pair of moons, instantly burst forth. In that instant, the dark unicorn's body immediately emitted a blood-red light, and instantly entered the blood fury state. Roar! A roar escaped his throat. Next, the green hair wrapping around the Qilin quickly broke. The green-haired golden-bodied zombie slightly shook its body. The golden light on its body flickered as its strength increased. Eorong looked at the motionless Long Fei and asked, "Why did the Qilin suddenly become stronger?" At this time, he was completely deaf to everything Eorong said on the idea. Eorong also noticed Long Fei's abnormality and couldn't help but to take a few steps closer to his body. F***CK. You're just a zombie, yet you became a monster. The dark unicorn broke free from its restraints and stared at the zombie, the profound nether energy in its body surging out crazily, with tons and tons of power. Long Fei had never felt such a strong power before. Such a powerful force? How can this guy not be a zombie's opponent? He's obviously very strong. Is he putting on an act? Long Fei had some doubts in his heart. The power that the dark unicorn's body possessed was extremely strong. That power, just like the ocean, if this kind of power was released, it could be said that it would be an easy task to crush the green-haired golden-bodied zombies. However, why can't Dark Unicorn win? Acting? Doesn't look like it. Long Fei slightly sensed the Dark Unicorn's body and saw the seal on its abdomen. This was the power of the seal, so Long Fei's heart tightened. So that's how it is. This guy's strength has always been restricted by the seal, and this guy doesn't even know it himself. Didn't I say it? How can a Qilin be so weak? Long Fei was relieved. Although the Dark Unicorn had a seal within them, once Long Fei's idea entered, the power of the seal would not be able to withstand the power of the Raging God. Tons and tons of Netherism energy gushed out. The entire space was filled with nether energy, incomparably ferocious. Eorong was shocked. What a strong power! The green-furred, golden-bodied zombie also sensed it. Its eyes glowed with a bright light as it heavily pounced forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Long Fei smirked, "You scum, now it's my turn." Without waiting for the green-haired zombie to fall, the Qilin moved its body and flew like lightning. It opened its big mouth and bit onto the green-haired zombie. A golden light burst out. A powerful defense was unleashed. "Let's see whether your defense is stronger or my strength is stronger." Crack! Golden light burst forth, and his defense was heaven-defying. The green-haired zombie's arm was bitten off, and a dark green liquid gushed out crazily. Suddenly, a scarlet number appeared above the green-haired zombie's head. 293-7322, F***CK. Long Fei became excited, "Ha ha. Come on, now that you have crushed me just now, it's your turn to kill me." This damage was too great. With one of his arms broken, the green-haired zombie screamed in pain, but he did not give up, the golden light emitting from his body reaching its peak. His entire body became like a scorching sun. Golden light flashed. "Boss. Big boss. Heh heh." Long Fei's eyes flashed. "Explode for me." With a dash, the shadow of the dark unicorn occupied the entire space. It opened its mouth wide and bit straight on the green-haired zombie's head. "Arrogant? Just give Lousy another one to be arrogant." Crack! Exerting force, dark green liquid shot out from the dark unicorn's mouth. The head bit off and half of the body fell to the ground. The health bar of the zombie also fell to the bottom. Dead. "Fuck, you don't know how to fight?" He died in 2 moves. Long Fei had a look of despise, but his heart tightened. "It's going to explode, it's going to explode, hee hee." It was also at this time Long Fei's idea moved, returning to its original body. Eorong, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Not only Eorong, the dark unicorn was also stunned. The 2 moves just now were like a dream, it was hard to recover from. As for Long Fei, he held the sky sword tightly with both of his hands and thought to himself, "Come, let's have a crazy big fight." Ding! Congratulations player Long Fei for defeating green-haired golden body zombie. Rewards: 10,000 experience points, 100,000 true chi points, 20 arrogant god energy value points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining golden holy body. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the golden body zombie core. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. The 10 million experience points raised Long Fei by 6 levels consecutively, reaching the 8th level of the blood refinement realm. There was only one word to describe the feeling. Awesome. However, Long Fei was displeased. Golden holy body and an orb, are there only these 2 things? Holy **T, aren't they dropping too little? Let me see what this golden holy body is. Item: Golden holy body grade, divine level talent, divine level potential, divine level description, possesses unparalleled potential, talent, and the speed of cultivation of the user will be increased by several folds. Description 2. Possesses a passive skill, golden defense. Description 3. The user who has fused with a golden blood vein will have their defense strengthened. Huh. Divine level sacred body, it doesn't look that bad. However, I have the system, what use is there for this? This holy body was completely useless to Long Fei. Because he is the owner of the system. No matter how strong your talent is or how much potential you have, do you have the talent to be the owner of the system? No. Converted? Long Fei looked at the exchange rate and saw a whole million points. When he wanted to confirm the exchange rate, Long Fei hesitated again. With such a high exchange point, it's enough to prove that it's a good item. Keep it for now, it might be useful in the future. He didn't want it, but someone would need it. Gold Body Zombie Dan. What is this? Long Fei started looking through it again, and his eyes stared blankly. Fuck this thing? Awesome. Looking at the attributes of the Golden Body Zombie core, Long Fei was a little dumbfounded. Chapter 2285 Die Trapped Inside. Chapter 2285 Die Trapped Inside Infinite True Chi. Never run out. And this orb actually has a golden body effect. This is an invincible holy artifact. Long Fei was dumbstruck. What did infinite true chi mean? Infinite blue. He no longer had to worry about not having any more true chi. Moreover, to a certain extent, Long Fei could still trigger the golden body effect. Golden body state, invincible defense. It was flawless. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Long Fei was grinning from ear to ear. Without saying a word, he immediately shouted, Fuse! Ding! Fusion successful. Immediately, floating above Long Fei's pubes, was the zombie core. The core emitted a strange power, and looking at it through the system, the value of the true chi was continuously increasing. True chi value plus 10 points. True chi value plus 10 points. True chi value plus 10 points. Long Fei only stopped when his true chi was full. Ha ha! This thing is too powerful. Long Fei was ecstatic. In the future, I can do whatever I want. Looking at Long Fei's gleeful and vulgar smile, Eorong stared at Long Fei as if he was staring at a monster. Just a few minutes ago, he had clearly felt the change in aura on Long Fei's body. What is this? He had broken through. Furthermore, his aura had changed from Escalate Blood 2 stage to the 8th grade of Blood Refining. How could this be possible in just a few minutes? What was even more inconceivable was that all of the wounds on Long Fei's body automatically healed, becoming as good as new without even the slightest bit of a scar. Eorong did not understand. Are you a human? Long Fei regained his composure and said, I am a god. The dark unicorn also walked up. What did you do to me just now? Why did I have to be able to unleash such a strong power? He really wanted to know. Long Fei looked at the shocked expression of the dark unicorn and thought to himself, as expected, I didn't know that he had a seal in his body. Long Fei said, What do you mean by explosive power? That's my power, all right? How is it? Am I handsome? Powerful and domineering, right? Dark Unicorn's eyes were filled with worship. He had never felt the power that exploded out just now. It was too powerful, as if he was wandering in a sea of power. Although that feeling wasn't from him, it was still very excited. Dark Unicorn said, Too powerful, too cool. Long Fei laughed out loud and said, That's true, ha ha. Eorong said, Impossible, how could your power be in his body? Huh. Long Fei stopped smiling. It was easy to fool a dark unicorn, but his brain was obviously not strong enough to fool Eorong. He said seriously, All right, I'll tell you then. There is a seal in your body. The power that exploded out just now was indeed yours. However, after I added on, how much do you know about the seal in your body? Long Fei did not know much about the seal. However, looking at the seal in the dark unicorn's body, it should not be simple. It was a very complicated look. The dark unicorn said with a stupefied expression, I have the seal in my body, how is it that I don't know anything about it? Can you solve it? Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't know for now, but I will think of a way. The dark unicorn's eyes flickered with a face full of emotion and said, Really? Are you really going to help me unlock the seal? Long Fei laughed. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the quest, Help Dark Unicorn unlock the seal. Task level. Time of mission. 10 years task reward. Dark Unicorn loyalty. 100%, experience 1 million, true chi value 10,000, special reward of 1 piece. Special hint: accepting the SSS reward for completing the quest has something to do with the Ming clan mark. Suddenly, the task was triggered. Now, even if Long Fei did not want to help, he had to. Long Fei said, "I, Long Fei, have always been one to keep my promises. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for your matters." Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The dark unicorn was so touched that she started to cry, and said, thank you, from now on, you are my master, you tell me to head east, I will absolutely not go west, and when you call me a base, I will immediately wash clean." Bah! Long Fei immediately interrupted him and said, "Don't be disgusting." He knew in his heart that although the dark unicorn said that, it did not have a high level of loyalty. As long as he completed the mission, his loyalty level would reach 100%. However, with this guy as the war pet's mount, it would definitely be very eye-catching. At this time, Eorong looked at Long Fei with his shiny black eyes and asked, "What about me? When are you going to help me?" Her voice was so coquettish that it made one's bones tingle. Long Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Eorong and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm telling you, don't act recklessly." Eorong took a step forward, her face filled with charm, and said, "I don't want to do anything, I just want to know who you are, where are you from? And the godly pill you took out last time, what exactly is that?" Her body was only a few tens of centimeters away from Long Fei, and he could smell the scent of her body, but he didn't dare to think too much about it now, because he could clearly feel the murderous intent. A woman's change of heart was always faster than flipping a book. Although Eorong's face was filled with charm, she would turn into the expression of an ice queen in less than a second. Long Fei wasn't her opponent at the moment. He could also tell that Eorong was much stronger than he had imagined during his fight with the green-haired zombie. If he went head-to-head with her, Long Fei wouldn't have a 10% chance of winning. When there was no absolute confidence in winning, Long Fei would maintain his vigilance. Long Fei took a step back and said, "What? Check the account? Do you know my background so you can marry me? It's easy to know these things." Eorong squinted and said, "Speak." Long Fei took a few steps back and said, "Accompany me for a night." Before he could finish, Eorong's eyes immediately turned cold with killing intent. Long Fei immediately said, "Dark Unicorn, stop her. If she dares to do something to me, you don't have to be courteous." The Dark Unicorn also immediately blocked in front of Long Fei. Eorong's eyes recovered, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of time, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." Long Fei didn't say it out loud, but instead silently thought in his heart, "It's hard to say who will be the one to escape. I can't stop you." "Xian Yu sect," Yi Chongfeng said lightly, "Time's up, close secret world." Yu Wanshan said, "Elder Yi, let's wait a little longer. Right now, the flow of the secret world's true essence has become much more stable." "No way." Yi Chongfeng interrupted her without waiting for Yu Wanshan to finish. "I cannot let the entire Xian Yu sect take the risk. We must close the secret world. Without my order, no one is allowed to open the secret world. Close the door." With the secret world trial, regardless of whether Long Fei died or not, in the end, he would die inside. This time, Yi Chongfeng would definitely not let Eorong off the hook again. Die inside. Thank you for your support. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.